Радий всіх вітати. Перед тим, як я вдягну офіційне обличчя на цій сцені, і ми розпочнемо відкриття бізнес-саміту і пленарну частину, дозвольте мені кілька важливих моментів підкреслити. По-перше, хотів би запросити вас абсолютно всіх зараз залишити зону кавобрейку і перейти, зайняти місця в залі. Це дуже важливо. Так само, як і важливо розуміти, що сьогодні у нас присутні почесні гості, просто люди-титани, супергерої, які сьогодні роблять неймовірні речі, і тому в рамках гостинності нашої
people who are doing a titanic work, who are doing everything now in their capacity. So during the plenary session, I will be requesting you not to move around the plenary hall. Keep quiet so that you can express your respect. So please do leave the coffee break area. In a couple of minutes, we will be closing the doors. And dear friends, if you haven't got registered yet, just wait 10 for 15 minutes and then you will be allowed in the hall and everything will be all right. Because we need to get the thing started properly. If we are all ready, then I give an exhale, I put on my official face and we rock and roll. Ladies and gentlemen, 5 minutes and everything most interesting will begin to take place. So let us get it underway. Dear ladies and gentlemen, I'm extremely happy to welcome all of you in this hall. I'm greeting all of the friends, all of the speakers, all of the participants of this morning event, and I'm happy to inform you that the leading conference, the business summit for micro, small and medium-sized businesses is getting underway, organized by USAID, IBS activity, and I'm grateful to everyone who have gathered here today in these demanding times. These are representatives of the government official areas, business community, financial area, different line business organizations, and many, many more. And separate thanks also goes to our true heroes, micro, small and medium-sized businesses who, despite all of the difficulties, the funding shortages, armed aggression, continuous power shortages, still keep being the main driver in the way of the economic recovery of Ukraine. I sincerely thank you for that. And also, let me immediately reinforce and reiterate the following thing. We want you to take these events, and especially the security events, in a very serious way. So if there is an air raid alert, we will suspend our event, and during the air alert, we will be inviting you to go to the -1 floor, and there will be everything will be signposted, and you will be kindly taken to the location. There will be water, also Wi-Fi access enabled, and after it's cleared up, after the air alert is over, we will continue our event. So please take everything in a responsible manner and leave the hall in a quiet way. And I thank you for your understanding. Also, while our speakers speak, please do be quiet. Do not move around the hall. This is extremely important given the seriousness, the profile of our event, the support and the format of today's event. Thank you very much for your understanding and for the support. You have probably noticed that in our hall we have numerous cameras installed, so we are true stars of today. This is because our event is taking place both online and offline in a hybrid format, so I thank you all who are joining us on our YouTube channel. Dear ladies and gentlemen, we have a lot of fascinating, exciting things lying ahead of us. This has become a possibility due to the support of USAID, U.S. Agency for International Development, Forbes, Ukraine, and the publication Economy Plus. So we will have 4 panel discussions, fantastic speeches, but getting to know the different companies, participants of the co-financing program. So they will be presenting relevant opportunities to attract investment on very profitable terms, especially for the companies affected by the war and the businesses run by women. Owners of businesses, leading exporters representing critically important areas of business will also share about how to become more efficient in this demanding time, how to attract investment, and how to increase your production at this most important time for the whole country. USAID Investment for Business Sustainability will also sum up their activities for this year, and they will also share with us about their ambitious plans for the next 3 years. So now I'm proclaiming this event open, so please give us your round of applause to the organizers, speakers, guests, and yourselves. Well, ladies and gentlemen, Now, I'm still asking you to stay in your seats because it's the time of the solemn ushering of this event. I sincerely thank everyone who's supporting our summit today. Believe me, once you get to know these people closer, once you learn more about their activities, their operations, you will definitely realize that they are truly superhumans and no superheroes can stand up to them, to the people who are trying to make this world better day in and out. So, dear ladies and gentlemen, Julie Conan, USAID Ukraine Mission Director, and Yulia Sviridenko, as Deputy Prime Minister of Ukraine, Minister of Economy of Ukraine, are to open today's event. Julie Conan, she headed this mission in July this year, and she has multiple years of experience of heading such missions all over the world. So please, your round of applause. Ms. Conan, you're welcome.
Good morning, everybody. You know, there is a difference when I meet with business people. There is always such an energy in the room, so I'm here enjoying that energy, and I just want to thank all of the business people also. I enjoyed so much being able to hear about your businesses and the transactions and how you are helping the Ukrainian economy continue to grow. So we're now more than 2.5 years into this war since Russia's brutal and unjustified invasion of Ukraine. Despite that, Ukrainians continue to show remarkable determination to defend the country and to work to build a future that is both free and prosperous. In the same spirit, Ukrainian businesses have shown incredible adaptability. Despite blackouts, as we heard before, blackouts, near constant attacks, Ukrainian entrepreneurs have not only kept their businesses alive, but also expanded into new markets and ensured Ukraine's economy continues to function no matter the challenges. Today's event represents an important step forward in our collective efforts to strengthen Ukraine's economy and support the businesses that serve as the country's economic backbone. This work is at the very heart of USAID's mission here in Ukraine. We appreciate the commitment of the Investment for Business Resilience, IBR, their finance partners, that they place on assisting businesses affected by the war. Thank you to OTP Bank, Credit Agricole, Best Leasing, Activities Finance Company, and the Universalna Insurance Partnership with Privat Bank. The businesses you support provide critical services, contribute to reconstruction efforts, and will play a key role in Ukraine's economy and its economic recovery. Of course, USAID is especially focused on supporting industries that will enhance Ukraine's integration into the European Union. Through IBR, we hope to create new jobs, boost production, increase exports, and strengthen Ukraine's tax base. The co-financing initiatives through our programs are making finance more accessible and affordable for Ukrainian businesses by reducing loan costs, improving terms on factoring agreements, and expanding access to crop insurance and war risk insurance. All of that alleviates financial burdens and unlocks capital for Ukrainian enterprises by allowing them to recover, to thrive, and to build a strong foundation here in Ukraine. I'd like to take this opportunity to recognize IBR's finance partners for their exceptional work in supporting Ukraine's entrepreneurs and businesses. They have supported hundreds of micro, small, and medium-sized businesses across Ukraine by providing affordable loans for essential inputs and materials, and helping communities or companies provide their communities with employment opportunities, while also ensuring that their goods reach the rest of the world. The resilience of Ukrainian businesses is truly inspiring. Companies have been damaged or destroyed, yet they've found ways to rebuild. Many have successfully relocated or restored operations, re-employed their staff, and continued their work, demonstrating that recovery is not just possible, but is happening right now. One such company is Favor, a Ukrainian manufacturer of metal packaging based in the Sumy region, which relocated parts of its operations to the Ternopil region to ensure employees' safety. With funding from the United States, Favor will procure raw materials needed to keep its business running, including tin sheet stock from an American company. This is a perfect example of how USAID, Ukrainian and American businesses partner together in mutually beneficial ways. Another inspiring story is that of Concept Bud, which restores telecommunications networks in areas near the front lines. Through IBR's programs, they received affordable leasing finance for vehicles, enabling them to expand their reach to some of Ukraine's most war-affected communities. By providing this kind of critical support, we aim to further support Ukraine's economic resilience in the face of the brutal, unjustified Russian invasion. The United States, through USAID, is committed to fostering Ukraine's economic stability and growth by working with financial institutions, many of whom are represented here today. We are developing and promoting innovative and sustainable finance options. Many of the finance options discussed today were not readily available just 2 years ago, but today they're very commonplace. That's a win. We must continue to expand these options, supporting innovation and making finance more accessible for a stronger, more prosperous Ukraine. Thank you very much.
Now, Ms. Yulia Sviridenko will be speaking in her video address. In the government, Yulia is responsible for the support and the development of the economy of Ukraine during the war, the expansion of manufacture, attracting investments, and facilitating SMEs and their activities. Dear ladies and gentlemen, focus on the screen. Dear representatives of business, Ms. Julia, Ms. Rafael, thank you very much for inviting me to this extremely important event. Access to financing for business is currently one of the key topics. After all entrepreneurs are talking about the loss of funding as one of the main challenging. Why is this so important? Currently, our main task of the state is to become more economically self-sufficient. We understand that the level of international support may not always be at the same level as it is now. Therefore, we must build a capable economy where we can be able to provide for our needs, whether military or social. To do this, in February this year, President Volodymyr Zelensky initiated the launch of the Earned in Ukraine policy. The goal is to change the structure of the economy through the strengthening of production, through the attraction of investments in the real sector, and the development of non-raw material exports. I'm sure all of these topics will be discussed in detail by my colleagues today. Access to financing within the program is covered by several instruments. First of all, the Affordable Loans 579 program is the most popular among businesses. At the time when commercial lending was almost frozen at the beginning of the invasion, this program was almost the only source of available credit and lending. Also, we have grant programs for manufacturers of the purchase of equipment, a grant of up to 8,000 million hryvnias for small and micro businesses. Small grant programs are own business grants for veterans, grants of women who develop a processing business, and even micro grants for young people. Those are also compensation programs. For example, buyers of Ukrainian agricultural machinery can receive 25% compensation. Buyers of wheeled equipment, especially equipment, power equipment, elevators, of up to 15% compensation. For those who want to work in the industrial park, there are also a number of tax benefits as well as compensation from the state. As in the case of projects with investments of over 12 million euros, if you want to develop the export of your products, then the Domestic Export Credit Agency has a tool to export export-oriented enterprises. We have also recently launched the Export Credit Agency mandate for work insurance. Our partners are making a huge contribution. I want to sincerely thank USAID Investments for Business Sustainability activity for the fact that you are contributing to the creation of jobs, increased sales, and export growth. I know that this work is currently underway. on a new war risk insurance program. For us, this is an extremely important tool, especially in terms of affordable insurance for small and medium-sized enterprises. This will allow attracting investments and supporting business developments even in wartime conditions. Together with you, our reliable partners, we are showing the world that the possibility to build a new economy even during the war is there. We are creating new opportunities for businesses and Ukrainians. Dear friends, the strength of our economy is the strength of every entrepreneur and every business. Therefore, we continue to create support tools for small and medium-sized businesses in Ukraine. Thank you for your resilience. Thank you for your courage. Together, we are stronger. Together, we can make this come true earlier. Thank you very much, Ms. Yulia.
Аудиторії також
And we also thank Ms. Conan on behalf of everyone here for making decision to be with us at this challenging time. Thank you, dear ladies and gentlemen. And now please welcome another speaker. He will have a special task of being the first to kickstart the summit. Dear speakers, by the way, we are really very short on time. We have a tight agenda, so please stick to the allotted limit. There will be information on monitors for the purpose. So, dear ladies and gentlemen, please welcome event coordinators. They will be talking about the strategic support for businesses in Ukraine at the time of war. Please welcome Rafael Japa, Chief of Party, USAID Investment for Business Resilience.
Good morning, business leaders, distinguished guests, stakeholders, IBR partners, USAID senior management and staff, and my staff at IBR, especially the communications team that put this session together. I'd like to thank all of you for coming to our business summit. Today we'll hear much about USAID's IBR financial support, including innovational programs such as credit opportunities, factoring, leasing, deferred payments, incentives for job creations, and also programs related to crop insurance that are linked to our loan programs. Our long-term focus is helping businesses, whether they're in industrial production, manufacturing, or in the agribusiness sector, to survive and expand their operations during this war of aggression. Today is about financial opportunities, but I would like first to share with you what we're doing behind the scenes to build the financial infrastructure supporting Ukraine. We have a group of experts who work tirelessly on the legal, regulatory, and services to align Ukraine with the European Union. Our dedicated legal team works closely with the government of Ukraine in promoting the rule of law and developing a functional, legal, and regulatory environment. We're also enhancing the regulatory framework for trade factoring and financial leasing. Much work has been done, but more is to come, including the legal analysis of e-invoices and addressing unfair trade practices that are linked to late payments that limit businesses' working capital. Moving forward, on a cashless economy and digital financial services, IBR is working on e-invoices, bank ID, and other tools. These will make cross-border e-services and digital finance infrastructure much more easier for trade with the European partners and customers. When we developed our blended financial products, we first asked the businesses of Ukraine, what do your companies need to grow? What were the partnerships that you needed to develop to support and address the financial gaps in the market? We received over 300 proposals from Ukrainian businesses. Our technical evaluation teams at IBR, and in partnership with USAID, reviewed every one of these proposals. And sitting in the audience today are representatives who can attest that our processes and information requests may have been challenging, but we delivered, and partnerships were formed, and business opportunities are now expanding. Please talk to our representatives from OTP Bank, Best Leasing, Credit Agricole, Activities, Universalna, and others, and take a look at the products that they have helped finance. In addition to collaborating with financial institutions and non-bank financial institutions, we're also developing co-financing opportunities with various manufacturing, food processing, and industrial firms. Many of these firms are also here today. Please talk to them about the process that they went through to obtain financing. Our emphasis has been on assisting firms that have been impacted by Russia's war of aggression. But the common element amongst these firms is that they have the capacity to grow, to unlock capital through their investments, to create jobs and drive sales, and ultimately create tax revenues to support the government of Ukraine. Now we're focusing on introducing war risk insurance. We're working on the conditions for an international reinsurance market and players to develop a unified approach to insurance, assessment, and compensation for war risks. This can impact every business in Ukraine and means a chance to recover should the worst happen. As for going forward, we're now designing our next call for proposals. And any call for proposal that we develop will be done in conjunction and working closely with USAID. And I hope that this call will be launched by the end of November. Our vision for the next call is to take a multi-sector approach and develop an innovative business program that promotes peace and enhances the safety and well-being of all Ukrainian citizens. A few areas that we are exploring are firms that are involved in water sanitation, demining, prosthetics, remote medicine, ground robotic systems, fire suppression systems, and several other industrial sectors that we are reviewing. I'd also like to thank the team from Brave One for their interest in our program, and we look forward to a potential partnership with them in the future. These are just a few activities that our team is working on, and we hope you take an opportunity today to learn about our financing programs and opportunities and how your impact or how you can impact your business and make your operations more manageable. We're interested in your views and the problems you face, so feel free at the break to talk to the IBR team and the representative speakers. We also encourage you to follow us on social media, where we share the news of our financial reforms and opportunities that can impact your business. Finally, I'd like to thank the team of experts and our staff and my staff for their hard work at this conference and for working long hours throughout the year, especially this past week, to make affordable finance possible for hundreds of Ukrainian businesses. Thank you very much.
Дякую, пане Рафаель. Що ж це був
Thank you, dear Raphael. Laconic but content-rich presentation. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Ukrainian businesses have to operate in conditions hard to forecast. It's not possible to forecast something that might happen in a year or two. Yet we are going to look into some key priorities that businesses will have to take into account. Please welcome Yuri Gelety, Deputy Governor of the National Bank of Ukraine. He will be speaking on certain macroeconomic prospects and key indicators that businesses should heed. Dear ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, thanks for having me at this summit. It's a very important opportunity to exchange ideas, to see how things are going in the economy and what are the prospects for the future. From the beginning of this war, we did our best to ensure macroeconomic stability, despite the huge challenge as it was in conditions of huge budget deficit, huge fiscal risks. We are increasingly facing the need to attract more resources from the domestic market, from external markets, and surely such challenges at times compel us to make really hard decisions, whether in the context of monetary policy or in other areas. We want to strengthen the link between the fiscal and the monetary policies, particularly in relation to the situation on the domestic market. I will speak on that later on. So in spite of the war, the NBU's primary function involves the ensuring of price stability. Inflation has remained in the focus of our relevant policy. We do our best to manage the inflation dynamics, and we intend to return it to the 5% corridor. We want to keep under control the situation on the exchange market, understanding that this is important for both the public and businesses. Yes, we see certain increase of inflation rates going a bit higher than our initial forecast. This has been due to food-related inflation because of the reduced demand for supply of some of the products. Some of the factors at play were price increase on processed products, higher payroll expenses, certain pressure from the exchange rate of hryvnia in previous months. Our forecast says that in the coming months the inflation pressure will remain, also spurred by disproportions on the employment market, growing deficit of power supply. Our balanced monetary policy aims at reducing and mitigating inflation in the second part of the coming year in order to bringing back to the 5% margin. This will be included in our macroeconomic forecast, which will be published on 31st of October, together with our interest rate forecast. Yes, we can only assume what Russians might do in this time. The war creates a lot of uncertainties. The Russian aggression continues generating risks primarily related to extra budgetary requirements to support the defense capacity of the country. It also includes further damage to our infrastructure, also at ports, and not just. We see deepening negative migration trends that translate into imbalances on the labor market and negatively affect inflation. As regards economic activity, in the third quarter it went even higher than our initial expectations because of the relatively stable power supply and fast harvesting of the crops. And surely our grain trade via the sea corridor has been contributing. We see certain improvements in manufacturing, agricultural and transportation sectors. On the other hand, extremely hot weather was rather a negative factor for the agriculture, with strong prospects in case of its continuation for the upcoming year. The situation And the labor market is of serious concern. We see acute shortage of hands at production level at companies, and with nominal salaries going up, real inflation figures make salaries less so attractive. We see an increase in migration numbers, according to UN estimates. As of 4th of September this year, the number of migrants from Ukraine has stabilized at the level of roughly 6.7 million. More than 4 million Ukrainian nationals received protection in EU member states. And unfortunately, we see the growing number of those intending to continue living where they currently are, even after the war ends. Now, briefly about the FX market situation. This is an important consideration for us, for businesses. In early October, we marked an anniversary of our transition towards flexible management of the markets. It has contributed to better trade between banks and real public sector. There is, though, a certain deficit of our payment balance, which compels the NBU to actively play on the currency markets, selling currency to mitigate certain disproportions. We do benefit from the international financial assistance. Thanks to this assistance, we are able to keep our currency and gold reserves at a decent level, also in terms of net reserves, and to maintaining the adequacy according to the IMF requirements. This reserve cushion allows us and allows our businesses to go further along the way of currency liberalization in line with the relevant strategy approved last year. There was a huge liberalization package implemented last May regarding services, leasing, servicing loans, dividend payments. It was expanded actually in July and September. It's important for us to keep businesses from default. We are actively communicating with business communities, with business associations, negotiating steps to be taken by all the stakeholders in order to spur economic growth and development. We cannot afford any reduction of gold and currency reserves. Because of that, we will be strongly looking at maintaining balanced approach, and we will be also looking at ways of helping business to grow without detriment to financial stability of theirs, of the country, and with monetary market stability in mind. As of regards the interest rate, hryvnia deposits continue serving the public, helping people to save their money from inflation. And this allows us to maintain this link between the deposits market, the currency market. We effectively work to prevent any panic. Our decision to transit towards flexible market management allowed us better controlling. At the beginning of war, the spread was at 25%. Last year in spring, it was at the level of 10%, and the downward trend continues. We will be working to increase the attractiveness of hryvnia deposits. We see the growing proportion of termed on-call deposits from the public with more than 3 months maturity. We've been able to maintain our policy rate, interest rate at the same level in spite of changes in the inflation threat. We did it to ensure the stability of the currency market. It was important and necessary to restore the inflation control and make solid forecasts for the upcoming years. Again, we want to maintain the currency market at bay, under control, keeping the interest in hryvnia deposits. Such deposits are a resource for economy development. These deposits affected the interest rates, and that contributed to the growth of lending.
Нашого макроекономічного
If I get to sum up some of our prognosis, macroeconomic prognosis and forecast dated of July, this is all from me. And next week we're going to issue the new one, and I'm encouraging you to get familiarized with that. Some of the main thesis: economic recovery is going on, and definitely something which has a negative impact on that is the war. And first of all, the damaging of the energy sector in particular. Something which is of extreme importance for Ukraine is obtaining international assistance and aid, and there is some positive news that we just received from the United States yesterday during the annual meeting of the International Monetary Fund. So they will be increasing their monetary assistance to 20 billion American dollars, and also increasing the package that we have been planning to obtain from the European Union up to 50 billion. So this will be a very important prerequisite to maintain the macroeconomic stability in our country. Inflation is increasing at an average rate, first of all due to the increase in demand, which in its turn, the prerequisite for it is some of the budgetary costs and business outlay that businesses unfortunately have to incur because they have to pay bigger payroll, also higher electricity tariffs, and also additional taxation issues. The National Bank will maintain this prudent approach to maintaining the monetary policy, and within the focus of our attention will be first of all the implementation of our mandate to maintain the pricing stability. Let me also dwell briefly on the issues taken by the latest decisions of the National Bank of Ukraine board. We will be applying the flexible managed mode and regime. We moved to this mode in the first quarter of this year. We made a statement concerning our intention to maintain the moderate terms of inflation during this year, and now for us the current foundations. It says that the monetary policy of the National Bank is aimed at making sure that inflation will stand at 5%. We will have to use the flexible target of the inflation in order to ensure that the inflation targeting is maintained, making sure that the exchange rate is kept afloat. So we will be keeping this managed flexibility mode as a transition mode to get back to the floating. So some of the most important tasks for us to make sure is that there is a well-controlled and managed situation in the foreign exchange market. We will facilitate and promote that the realistic interest rates stay in place, unchanged. When we talk about physical entities, savings, to make sure that these savings are not affected by the inflation in the nearest future. And the most important element for us, of course, is interacting with the government. You know that after the new amendments were introduced to the law on the national budget, the deficit of the budget was significantly expanded to 500 million hryvnias. And from September to December, the Ministry of Finance is supposed to attract 350 billion hryvnias from the internal lending market. Some of the latest decisions undertaken by our bank have also been targeting all of the issues to help the government in this respect. In the first place, to make sure that we can cover the so-called benchmark bonds, and we will be continuing to work with the government as much as we can, being fully aware that we have to protect our mandate, as I said, which is ensuring pricing stability, but in conditions of war, significant challenges that our country is facing right now. The National Bank will definitely be engaged in an active dialogue with the government, and where it is not in conflict with our mandate, we will be helping it. We have already attracted, in addition to the target, 385 billion, 360 billion additionally, starting with September this year. So in summary, the actions of the National Bank of Ukraine will be targeting the monetary stability and reducing the economic uncertainty, which is to contribute to ramp up lending and support of Ukraine's economic recovery. We will be using a well-managed combination of foreign exchange restrictions, foreign exchange liberalization tools, and some other ones in order to ensure macroeconomic stability in our country. Additionally, the implementation of the strategy of lending that has also been approved and updated will be helping us. That's something that we are also keeping in focus. Thank you very much, and glory to Ukraine. Glory to her heroes. Mr. Yuri, thank you very much for sharing some of the markers for the strategic planning that businesses will have to keep in mind. Another issue which is also of concern for every business is whether they can count on the support lended by the government, whether any support active programs will be implemented and what will they be targeted. So together with the next speaker, let's try to find the answer to that. First Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Economy of Ukraine, Mr. Sobolev. So you're kindly asked to proceed to the stage, Mr. Sobolev. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for gathering here. My name is Alexei Sobolev. I'm the First Deputy Minister of Economy of Ukraine. Recently, the government has approved the strategy for the recovery of SMEs and digital transformation of SMEs in Ukraine. This is an utterly important document, and we had been working a lot on its development, not only within the government, but also working a lot with the businesses, and we interacted a lot with the non-government organizations, civil society organizations, in order to develop it. Next, I will tell you what this document is all about, and I will also share about why this document was approved. First of all, I would like to thank profusely our international partners and USAID for the help and assistance rendered to us during the full-scale invasion. Why is this strategy so important, so critical? The Ukrainian business, both small and medium-sized business, is the backbone of the Ukrainian economy. It's 99% of all of the businesses operating in Ukraine. It's 51% of the gross domestic product and 64% of value added, 72% in selling production, and 82% of the population of Ukraine who are engaged in SMEs. That's why this is the core of our economic growth and recovery. The strategy makes for this clear plan for the support and recovery of business during wartime, for the first stage in the pre-war time also. Despite all of the challenges, we can get to see that the Ukrainian entrepreneurs have been able to demonstrate their resilience and ability to keep working and provide qualitative services. For example, during the first years of war, 57% of all of the SMEs worked in full scope, 37% full-time, and only 16 temporarily put their activities to a hold. Next year of the war, 85% resumed their activities, 14% were working full-time, and only 1% were on downtime. So we have been able to see this resilience that our partners keep talking about so much. If in many factors, it heavily depends on how SMEs demonstrate themselves. So it's very necessary, absolutely critical to keep working with them. So this has preserved not only jobs, but additionally, we're also planning for the future developments. During this year, the economy has grown 5.3%. Last year, 5.3%. Now we can see additional 4% growth. We are forecasting slightly under that, but something that we can see, according to the statistics, it forestalls our predictions even despite shelling and bombardment. So once again, in many respects, this is due to SMEs. So some of the challenges that they're faced with, we run our studies on a constant basis together with our business partners likewise. And one of the most acute challenges is the lack of capital. More than 40% of the companies, they feel acutely lack of access to bank lending, which unfortunately results in the lack of working capital. And some of the key challenges nowadays, according to the polls and surveys, you can see that this is lack of workforce, of course, danger, power outages, water outages, price growth, demand is in decline, and complications with logistics. So war has created a comprehensive package of different challenges, and no country in the world can present a particular methodology of how a country with a population of 30 to 40 million strong can run under such a pressure. So all of us, together with our partners and allies, have to put our heads together in order to understand how to get the situation right. We have run preliminary discussions of the draft strategy with the regional administrations, various ministries, businesses, business associations, NGOs. The strategy itself was some kind of a collective effort for us to get approved. To make sure that the action plans identified in the strategy to be approved by everyone, all of the stakeholders, for us to be moving along the lines identified in the strategy, aiming for the same target, both the executive authorities and the local authorities, understanding what it is that the businesses need and what the international partners require. The strategy envisages the following. First of all, making sure that the relocated business can be moved to safe areas. We are helping with that. Also, ensuring access to humanitarian demining and covering damages inflicted by Russia. We have 4 strategic goals. First of all, recovery and ease of business management. So here we are focusing on additional business programs, affordable business 579, work, ensuring war risks, and increasing different kinds of toolkits, large-scale deregulation. All of this is supposed to ease business management, access to credit lending, and regulatory ease. The next thing is facilitating the green recovery and digitalization. This is the part which covers a lot of innovations and looks forward to the future. We also make sure that the Ukrainian business needs to become part of the global digital economy. Smart specialization needs to be implemented. Artificial intelligence technology needs to be envisaged, and acceleration opportunities also need to be envisaged. Component 3 is the development of the human capital and entrepreneurial culture. So we're talking about the investments in our people, making sure that Ukrainians can come back from abroad to Ukraine. We're also talking a lot about attracting foreign experts to come to Ukraine, making different platforms, making sure that people can also contribute a lot to collaborative economy. We also have an additional e-residence program, social entrepreneurship programs, additional support of the network of such offices that respond to different requests offered by businesses. So there a variability of different instruments offered to businesses and internship programs for regional entrepreneurial leaders in order to build and develop the whole entrepreneurial culture in our country and to make sure that entrepreneurs grow in their number and increasing export competitiveness. This is of utmost importance for us, and part of our ministerial programs under the umbrella Made in Ukraine and Earned in Ukraine is to increase the activities of Export Credit Agency, which is aimed to help you to export more. This is collaboration with Etsy and Amazon platforms. So once again, to alleviate access to exports via such platforms for SMEs. Different programs offered by EBRD Bank and new trade and commercial exhibitions. So what are we expecting due to the implementation of this strategy? Every strategy contains its own KPIs. So here you can see where we were before the full-scale invasion as opposed to now. You can see different figures dated to different periods and 4 different indices that we will be tracking and that we are supposed to improve. In order to improve conditions for the business, we say that the index of economic freedom needs to grow 14 points. The level of unemployment rate needs to substantially decrease from 18 to 11%, and the scientific capacity of the gross domestic product needs to grow to 0.7%. Right now it's at 0.3%. Both of these indicators are very low, but we would like to increase that at least twofold. And the number of exporters also has to increase to 35,000, and the export rate needs to attain 60 billion euros. So I would like to reiterate that this is not just the plan that was voted in favor by the Cabinet of Ministers, but this is an action plan that we have also created, under which we have created the SMEs Alliance. These are the core countries, the donors, and large international financial institutions are helping us, and they are offering their own programs to facilitate the developments of SMEs in Ukraine, and we are coordinated in the implementation of the strategies via this alliance. So in November, there will be a special meeting of the SME Alliance held, and they will be telling about how everything is unfolding. But the governments of various countries that have signed up to this alliance and have pledged, they have already pledged 8 billion euros. So we have created this coalition to implement this program. So this is not just a paper, this is our action plan, supported and corroborated by specific people, their pledges, and specific organizations with the monies to the amount of 8 billion in order to tackle the problems and issues that we have mentioned already. So it coordinates the activities of all of the donors and the government in order to implement the goals and the objectives of the strategy. We have specific organizations that will have to contribute to the implementation of specific programs. Austria, Estonia, Germany, Canada, Luxembourg, Spain, the United Kingdom, Norway are some of the countries that have signed this document. International organization, labor organization, UNDP, and OECD are some of the organizations that have signed up to this alliance, and we are increasing the alliance of the countries. So the main message is pretty simple. If you want to find out what the government is about to do for the sake of SMEs in Ukraine, read the strategy, come to the events organized by the alliance in about a month's time, and you will be told which programs and which organizations will be responsible for the implementation of your business's responsible programs.
Next steps. Later this month, we are going to have another meeting of the alliance, at which we will present some key outcomes to tell who of international partners will be dealing with which part of the strategy. In December, there will be a coordination meeting of the alliance to discuss a monitoring approach to see how strategy is implemented. Lots remains to be done, a lot of work ahead of us, but one of the things we've found in surveys is that certain volatility of government decisions is among the challenges stated by business persons. We want to be more predictable, and we will be doing that with our partners, together with them, with USAID, which will make for a great proportion of programs on that. We will be talking more on that today. It will be about grant programs to mitigate and reduce risks, programs on better access to financing, training programs, and so on. I do think and hope that by joint effort, together with international communities, we will better help our businesses to recover and prepare for joining the EU. Thank you. Thank you, Alexei, for this really in-depth report, and we move on. Despite huge potential of Ukrainian businesses, the lack of access to financing sometimes is a hindrance, even for some most innovative projects. This is exacerbated by the ongoing war. Let us hear from Yulia Vitka, Deputy Chief of Party at the USAID Investment for Business Resilience Activity, who will be speaking about ways to catalyze private investment and ensure better financing of businesses during the time of war. Good morning, dear participants, dear Ukrainian entrepreneurs, representatives of government and financial institutions. I'm very glad that we've been able to gather here today to discuss problems of Ukrainian businesses during the wartime. Just check those booths of companies offering different Ukrainian produce made in different locations across Ukraine, many times under shelling, in poor power supply conditions. These are things done by people completely committed to what they're doing, a sure sign of our ability to stay, remain, develop, and innovate. We do know the extent of suffering of the Ukrainian businesses at the time of war. You can see this photo of a garment factory in Gorenki, Kyiv Oblast. This is one of the businesses that got our support through grant program. They were able to replenish their working capital and restore their activities. I would say 90% of businesses in Ukraine are like this, with damage, direct, indirect one, loss of logistics chains, and so on, and loss of export opportunities. You can see here the number, which stands for the average amount of losses sustained by Ukrainian companies. And this is a figure quite known from the World Bank report on Ukraine, which speaks of the need of the country in terms of recovery, economic recovery. By the way, the photos you're going to see, these are the ones from our companies, partners, beneficiaries. I'm very thankful to them for their readiness to share their stories. This is a company making heat exchangers. We are preparing for the winter season. Everyone wants to be warm and cozy, and this is exactly what heat exchangers do. Before the war, this company would export to 20 countries worldwide, taking some 40% of the Ukrainian market share. Now you can see the extent of damage. On the left, you can see the rolled steel used to make those heat exchangers. We are going to revisit the story of U-turn company. But here is the question to you. Where should businesses go to find financing? We all, the government, the international community, are doing steps to increase direct foreign investments. Yet the amount of direct foreign investments wasn't that great even before the war. And now Ukraine, being a country at war, is hardly more attractive. Speaking of financial opportunities for businesses, it did slump since the start of the war. It has improved somehow since September 2023, but this is far from optimal. I'm really glad to see that international projects like ours, the IBR project, I like to see how these international efforts help our businesses. This allows Ukrainian companies to attract more investments, look for bank lending, open more jobs, do something to help people come back from abroad. This is another example of a company that used a leasing product to for their project on concrete shelters. Now, U-turn company, they were successful in applying to our CFP. At the moment, the company would operate at 20% of their capacity. They lacked funds to buy raw materials. Thanks to our investment, they were able to additionally attract some loan facility from the banks. And you can see the total cost of the project, which stands for the exactly amount that allows the company to buy the needed raw materials, like 4,000 tons of necessary steel. They were also able to rehire some staff and boost their production. With the hope they will be able to reach their pre-war level. I'm talking now about mid-level companies, mid-level businesses. These are the companies that are export-oriented, and we also have programs to support micro and small companies. Take the Suziria company, Kharkiv. They were severely affected by the shelling. The production facilities, storage facilities were affected. They had to relocate to Kalush, but they also maintained some production facilities in Kharkiv. Thanks to our assistance, the assistance from our project, the company was able to restore the import replacement activity. They are producing fodder products that they export. Another company, Karat, they are present here, by the way. They are making polypropylene carpets. They also lost their production at unoccupied territories. They had 41% reduction of exports because of the war. Thanks to our financial support, the company will be able to buy raw materials and increase their production. Or Delta Food Company, also here, they lost their equipment to the war in Guляйполе, Zaporizhia Oblast, they were able to partly relocate to Ternopil Oblast. And thanks to our support, the company will be able to buy necessary equipment and raw materials to make sauces, chutneys, also in glass containers, greater part of it for exports. And facade, furniture company. Active hostilities in Vasilkiv compelled the company to stop their production, but they did try to relocate, expand, and even look for export opportunities. With our support, they will be able again to buy equipment and raw materials to restore their furniture production, and they are quite ambitious about their goals. You can see them on this slide. In this year, we were able to offer support to some 810 micro and small enterprises, most of them in the agrarian processing sector, transportation, storage services, and so on. If we check for the geography of businesses, you will see how ample it is, all the way from the western Ukraine with least wartime risks involved, all the way to southern and eastern parts of the country. I am pleased to tell that about a third of the companies we've helped are managed by or owned, or both, by women. The companies were able, with our support, to attract some $73 million worth of investments and retain more than 3,000 jobs. Yes, surely this figure, 810, would not be possible without our partners. We've mentioned them already. They're present here. They will be participating in a panel discussion here. You can actually talk directly to them to have a first-hand presentation of terms and conditions. There will be QR code opportunity also to check it online. So OTP Bank, they're offering 9% loan facility with our support for relocated businesses, affected businesses, business run by women, and so on. Activities, a company that offers buying and selling at installments. The buyers, if going along the schedule, will be able to get a cashback or financial leasing opportunity with cashback from Crédit Agricole to be used for commercial vehicles, road making and agricultural machinery. We also work with Oshchad Bank to improve their Oshchad business platform so that businesses find it easier to open accounts and manage their accounts exclusively online. Given the challenges of the current situation, certain mobility restrictions, it can make for a very nice product. I would thoroughly invite you to try the product, to test it. We do hope this digital instrument will be available for businesses soon. Now, how to become a partner? Surely there should be certain conditions met. It's always about certain competitive selection. It is about your ability to reach certain targets, if with our help, whether it's about jobs, export opportunities, so on. And yeah, the company should have interest in gaining the desired, the stated results, as we call it, skin in the game. There can be a widespread stereotype of grants money as something that can be made available immediately. No, there is a certain procedure of payment by installments with certain verification at each stage. The financing programs I've talked about and mentioned already by Rafael, they will expand. There will be new programs announced on the left, on the right. So please check our website for new updates. Stay with us, follow us, check for updates. We do hope to be able to continue helping Ukrainian businesses to make them more resilient, more innovative, more capable of development. We have to prevail and survive whatever it takes. Thank you, Julia, for these really inspiring examples from the project. Now, dear ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have 3 minutes, just 3 minutes of technical break. So please do not disperse. Please stay here, because we need just 3 minutes to prepare for our first panel discussion. While we are waiting for the place to be set, just in 3 minutes, we'll be able to continue.
Леді та джентльмени, за 1 хвилину ми леді та джентльмени, як я вже говорив,
Dear ladies and gentlemen, as I have said, we are ready to continue. Please do take your seats. The participants of the first panel discussion are on the ready. Their name tags are already in front of you. But before that, we are going to change from the usual format of our operations because, as Ms. Yulia has already identified, USAID IBR activity has a lot to be proud of. Within the year of the operational activities, they have already garnered a lot of wonderful outputs, presenting their efficiency highly inspirational. And these success stories is something that we would also like to share with you in order to bring you into the context and to help you understand how this project, how this activity operates, how impactful it is, in particular with reference to its beneficiaries. So without much ado, I offer that we focus our attention on the videos to be presented. Please do take your seats. So look at the screen, because we are going to introduce you to the stories of real people who are standing behind all of these line graphs, bar charts that the distinguished speakers have already been speaking about. The first story is about the agrarian company Gabanets and its owner Olena Martinenko. You will have a fantastic opportunity to meet her personally, but at a later point. However, right now you will meet her on the screen and hear her story. Due to the co-financing USAID IBR activity and OTP Bank, this farming business has been able to buy all of the necessary seeds, go through the sowing process, and the outputs of that will be demonstrated very well on the screen. So, ladies and gentlemen, attention to the screen. The farming business Gabanets is a contemporary business which grows vegetables and grains, oilseeds and melons. However, with the outbreak of the war, the enterprise faced serious issues. Price volatility, export blockage, difficulty with logistics, and lack of liquidity became a true challenge for this business. After the war had just started, there were no sales at all. Grain prices dropped dramatically. So we tried different options. We processed sunflower seeds, transported that, had the oil squeezed out, and sent it abroad. Loans helped us out enormously, so we didn't just sell the products for some time, but thanks to the loans, we were able to save up for diesel fuel, collect crops, and so, and then, when the price of the produce grew, we sold it and paid back the loans. Thanks to the joint program of the USAID Investment for Business Resilience Activity and OTB Bank, the company received financing on favorable terms, was able to save money and carry out the sowing campaign. The reduced cost of servicing the loan allowed them not to sell the crops for nothing, maintain profitability, and retain jobs. Such support helped the company to save about 7 million Ukrainian hryvnias, survive the difficult times, and carry out a new sowing campaign without delays. I think it's worth taking advantage of this program because it's an interest-free loan, so to speak, and if the price of grain is not high enough, you can keep it for a while, just as we did it, and then sell it and pay back your loan. It was a very, very good deal indeed. Next year, we plan to start a processing soybean facility. We have bought the equipment for that, and now we are setting up a generator, and also it's in our plans to grow chickens. It's something that it's a program in the pipeline. So she's confidently investing in the development of her business and the agrarian sector as a whole. And it's not only about the production, it's also about the creation of added value, which ensures Ukraine's economic independence and food security of the whole of Ukraine. I hope that this story of Olena Martinenko and her farming business is highly inspirational and very telling for you. But now we are moving on to our introductions of the financial institutions, due to which it was possible to take all of these financing and leasing programs for the SMEs on very favorable terms, much lower terms than you can see on the average market. So this is the time for our first panel discussion, which is to be moderated by Taras Yeleka, financial intermediation and private sector facilitation team, lead USAID investment for business resilience activity. With your permission, I'm inviting your panelists. The participants in this panel discussion: CEO of the OTP Bank, Volodymyr Mudry. Please give your round of applause. CEO, Best Leasing LLC, Ludmila Zolotaryova. Deputy CEO, Universalna Insurance Company, Andriy Dubey. We are looking forward to seeing you here. CEO, Activities Financial Company, Pavlo Matiash. And a member of the management board, Credit Agricole Bank Joint Stock Company, Alexander Chesnakov. Thank you for being with us here today. So, Mr. Taras, all of your panelists have been gathered together. We are all ready for the productive work, and I only can wish you plain sailing. Hello, everyone. Hello, the participants of the Ukrainian Summit of the Financial Sector, the Business Sector. We are happy to welcome you to this panel discussion. It's dedicated to opportunities for SMEs to get access to affordable financing from financial institutions. So we'll have it in two blocks. The first will be dedicated to the access to financial programs, different affordable instruments available for SMEs. Financial instruments being implemented with USAID IBR activity, and the access to different international financial and local financial institutions, how to participate in these programs and create joint programs that will be facilitating your businesses to move forward. Then we will have a Q&A session. This panel is really fascinating. Before the panel, there was a small discussion with the representatives of SMEs. Quite often I get to hear how exactly can we get more or less guaranteed access to different support programs, because more often than not we can get to hear that filing applications about winning, but then businesses get to ask, how do we know that we will be rendered this support? And these numerous programs aim exactly to do that, and that's something that we will be talking about during this panel. So we are happy to welcome you. You can see how many different business panelists and participants we have gathered here today, helping our country to keep developing our economy, handling the difficulties in these demanding times. So my point is that even prior to the war, we had a situation when SMEs had a very difficult opportunity to get any funding. The first reason for that was, of course, the cost of the resources. The second reason for that was lack of collateral for businesses or securities. Thirdly, there was a lot of red tape, different bureaucratic procedures in the place of SMEs, and understandably, after the war broke out, the situation deteriorated appreciably. However, right now we can see the situation when the number of different financial resources is growing within different financial institutions. However, due to its very steep costs, which unfortunately during the war has only added in its cost, different lending instruments have also become more expensive. It has become very difficult to gain access of this funding. So due to that, our project is targeting supporting SMEs in easing access to these businesses to gain access of the funding, simplifying and streamlining different procedures, and making sure that businesses can be very quickly helped. And these financial instruments also help us. And during the first year of our operations, we have managed to ensure additional funding for businesses to the amount of more than $70 million, as was said in the previous presentations and speeches. But this wouldn't have been possible without our financial partners. So how can one take advantage of these financial instruments? How can you obtain funding for your SME within the framework of this project, different opportunities available for that, and that's something that we will address during this panel discussion. So first we will address these questions to Volodymyr Mudry, OTB Bank CEO, Mr. Chesnakov, a member of the management board of Agrikolia Bank, Pavlo Matash, CEO, Activities Financial Company, Ludmila Zabolotna, CEO, Best Leasing LLC, and Andrei Duvey, Deputy CEO, Universal Insurance Company. So we'll firstly go to the representatives of the insurance security, insurance community. So, Mr. Volodymyr, the question goes to you. You are a representative of one of the largest international banks here in Ukraine. Can you kindly tell us about the project that you are in implementing here together with the project Investment for Business Resilience? So what are some of the needs that it is aimed to meet, and how high is the demand for this product that was established in partnership with our project, our activity to help SMEs? Hello everyone. I'm happy for being invited to this event today. I thank USAID for doing this great job actually combining the money of the taxpayers in the United States and our businesses here in Ukraine during this very challenging times. My point is, the philosophy of the OTP Bank, which I'm to represent here, is all about partnership. We can build partnership programs, and this is how it allows us to ensure the best supply for our customers. We always seek for these opportunities of how to unite something that we have the best of the best in the market. So when information became available that such programs were there and there were calls announced for different tenders by USAID, we were some of the first to join these calls, and we thank USAID for choosing us for this partnership. Let me put it this way. Nowadays, we are already at the second stage of this program. The first stage has been successfully implemented, and the grant funding has been allocated and is being utilized by all of our customers. You have just seen a success story. This is our farming company, our customer. So this is a direct manifestation to the fact that when we combine USAID's opportunities together with our partners, clients lend something which is nearly interest-free loan products, and this is not just a promotion, but something that the team is actually doing.
Overall, the portfolio of such SME loans is at the level of 515 billion hryvnias, and we were able to get $1.2 million worth of grant support for these. To say that 1 hryvnia of grant support allows us opening 10 hryvnia worth of lending facility for our customers, so the multiplier is tenfold, and without such grants there would not be such demand, and this demand is definitely the child of such programs. Now we have the second boat tranche of this program, twice as big, and we are open for new applications. Actually, the work is going on already, and the portfolio grows by the day. Also, OTP Bank has actually 3 dedicated teams, one working with agribusinesses, we actually have experts and professionals in the agricultural sector able to tell you everything about relevant products, also where one could get, say, best price quotations on fertilizers and so on. Another team corresponds to OTP Energy line of activity. It's predominantly about alternative sources of power supply, And if you come to us looking for renewable options, you will be able to get a cashback of up to 15%. There are also programs for relocated businesses, for so-called women-governed enterprises. We also have veteran programs. All those proposals are open, and these really help businesses to get preferential treatment about financial resource. You can see this on screen, and actually the base rate for customers stands at 9% a year. If it is about agriculture or, say, alternative energy source, thanks to cashback, you can have practically a flat rate loan. We are also providing consultancy and advice on making businesses more resilient. Yeah, thank you. You can have the QR code to go directly to our partners and their programs. But when it comes to loan opportunities, it's all fine until the company has too much a burden of those loans. Alternative, there can be a situation when there is practically no time for company to buy something very urgently, and this can be a handicap. And we move on. I'd like to ask Alexander Chesnakov. Dear Alexander, together with IBR, cashback-based program has been designed and rolled out. Could you tell us more about your experience with leasing products like that? What is it all about? Why it is so beneficial potentially for SMEs versus, say, other financial products? Yeah, thank you. Let me start by saying how glad I am to see all of you. Every time I see such halls with packed audience, it really makes me understand and feel that the Ukrainian public and Ukraine will prevail. Unfortunately, I am really limited on time, and with my exceptional knowledge and command of Ukrainian, I will have to switch for Russian, unfortunately. Now, coming to the program with USAID, we decided to focus on leasing opportunity. This is a relatively new line of business for Crédit Agricole, and it's nice to see that together with you we were able to come up with a cashback-based leasing program, which is increasingly important since the beginning of this war. So both agricultural and non-agricultural businesses. Well, actually, I think agricultural businesses are among the most affected by the war, and obviously there was some time for them to adapt throughout 2022, 23. We do hope that with cashback we will be able to promote growth in demand for investments into machinery, equipment to let these companies grow. We've long seen companies being very, very constrained about the real amount of investment they can potentially make work. I do think that with cashback opportunity, they will have more in terms of money available. Okay, thank you. What's your estimate of the demand for such instruments among your customers? Could you speak a bit despacito, you know? How would you estimate the demand for such product among your customers? Well, we've got some first contracts inked, and we see quite a substantial interest in the product. This is what I've mentioned. I do hope it will help stimulating the demand among our customers. Still more that this is something very easy to happen, you know, to do. I hope it will be. I'm actually very much confident it will be a success story. Okay, thank you. So, okay, everyone's invited to this leasing program. Now we'd like to go on with the discussion. Besides bank representatives, there are also some financial instruments offered by non-banking institutions. Many times these companies may be less sizable than banks, but on the other hand, they may be able to offer more. So please welcome Best Leasing Company, one of them, with a product that offers up to 30% of financial leasing amount being compensated. Dear Ludmila, here's a question to you. What is in your product that you promote? How it is different from banking products, the classic ones? What makes it stand out? I just wanted to say that leasing will definitely be a success story. But now, yeah, about our experience, and we thank the whole Ukrainian nation and the USAID camp project and the IBR project of this, because without their grant opportunities, it would be a challenge to implement this idea. Best Leasing has 19 years of successful operation of the markets of Ukraine behind its belt, and when the war started, well, actually, to start with, up to 90% of our customers are SMEs, long known to be quite limited in their financial opportunities. And with the start of this war, they further suffered, losing fixed capital, logistical chains, personal drain, and, well, definitely even poorer access to finances. Definitely they were short on their own resources to develop. So, yeah, it was a clear understanding that something has to be done, invented. Some new interesting products have to be designed to help those SMEs. So in early 2023, we took part in a grant program. It was our very first and very successful experience. So OTP Bank was the first to get it from among banks, and we were the first leasing company to get $1 million worth grant opportunity to be used to develop and offer a completely innovative best benefit product that allowed reducing the cost of leasing services by 30%. It literally drew huge demand, and we hope to be able to continue it with assistance from our financial partners. In 1 year, we had 142 unique customers. We were able to purchase and transfer equipment worth more than 300 million hryvnias. We've been working across the whole of the country, 18 oblasts besides the temporarily occupied ones. And I'd also like to tell you that our customers are present and operate in practically every critically important oblast. There's a unique case that, yes, thank you, I can tell you more about. It's about a customer of ours. They work to restore telecommunications network within this thin 5-kilometer belt near the front line. And we have a customer called Industria LV. They completely redesigned the business and switched for concrete shelters, helping the country. They also manufacture some prefab structures for IDPs, but I think they can tell more about themselves. There's ultimately a company in Kyiv, 100% female staff, and they are busy importing agricultural machinery and equipment into Ukraine. We have ladies actively engaged in the revival and development of renewable power supply. And actually, yeah, women are quite active in terms of their business engagement, and our initial plans of helping women entrepreneurs were practically twice as successful. So we were able to provide 200% of the initial slated amount. So having got this preferential grant facility, the leasing company has been able to design a unique product, and the multiplier really works. We work facilitating capital investments into fixed assets. All the leased facilities are insured, and this means more business for insurance companies. We use our own funds, and we attract more funds from the financial market. That way we contribute to the financial market upkeep and development, so there is a clear spillover effect. The whole idea, starting with the leasing company, works for the whole of the economy. And generally speaking, the volume of financial leasing in 2023 versus 2022, at the macro level, they grew by 43%. And capital investments in such leasing projects grew by 80+%. Yeah, quite an achievement, right? Leasing is really about investment in fixed assets, something that will be working later on, the assets that the company will retain and use for years. And which brings me to somewhat other instruments also necessary. And here I mean the insurance instruments. We have a nice experience of collaboration with Universal Insurance Company. They've been able to create a uniquely mixed symbiotic product together with private bank for farmers. Small farmers, we mean, those small farming economies are now able to get insurance on their crops. Those small farms with up to maybe, I don't know, 500 hectares land plots. This helps retaining jobs, and this helps them seeking for additional funding, getting to novel capital from the banks that they would have not been able to get without this. So, dear Andrei, tell us more, please. What is the product about, and what are your plans to have it further developed? Yeah, good afternoon. So OTP was the first among the banks. Best Leasing were the first among the leasing company, and we were and are the first among insurance companies. I represent a company with a reliable set of shareholders, Canadian-based Fairfax, 70% and 30% the EBRD. When we heard about the grant, we initially were quite, opposed to it because we are quite self-reliant and sufficient as a company. So we were not looking for any kind of grants, and we were in full compliance with regulatory requirements, having the NBO as the chief regulatory authority overseeing us as they do it for banks. So we were thinking about creating something unique for the market. We are working with banks to ensure real estate, equipment, machinery, vehicles, so on. We are providing a wide range of services, as we've been doing for quite some time. We started thinking, though, how to deal with that grant. We had a couple of meetings with banks in an attempt to see what they might need. It was early 2023, when the situation in the agrarian sector was a bit murky. It wasn't clear about their logistics. There were problems with their pricing, and agro-industrial producers felt they were increasingly not interesting for the banks because of them being risky customers with certain risks of not repaying their loans on time. But again, then we understood that with our crop insurance policy, we could chip in with our key role and actually we had a number of claim cases this year, like illegal action of third parties, fires, arsons, and so on. We had some claims related to the freezing of crops or crop diseases. It's a quite relevant topic, and so we came out to farmers with an idea of crop insurance, explaining them that we can insure you guys against unearned profits in case of adverse climatic conditions or selections of third parties. And we had a number of partner banks. We had consultations with them, and then we decided to stick with our partner, one of them, Privatbank. Unfortunately, they're not present here. And so we were told that, yeah, if you are able to come up with some product together with USAID and the IBR product.
We were supposed to increase attractiveness of our customers for our program, and in line with that, by our partner attracted 3,315,000,000 Ukrainian hryvnias, which was a big multiplier for per 1 hryvnia. So this was the funding provided to you, yes, indeed. So the bank provided this funding for 497 businesses to more than 1 billion Ukrainian hryvnia. So this multiplier per every 1 hryvnia attracted by the IBR, we gained 48 hryvnias. So just to keep it in a nutshell, if you have any questions, I will take them. From the perspective of the business, how can they access your products? Because there are two profits rolled into one. On the one hand, you insure the crops. On the other hand, you also provide access to funding. So businesses, where do they have to go first in order to gain access of this product? Look, right from the very start, we articulated all that we didn't want to go into any promotions, into any outreach campaigns, but instead we opted for a regular segment of banking customers who, according to their criteria, would issue ordinary loans or would require prior insurance. And basically, when we had to look at the success stories presented to us by OTB Bank, and this afternoon you will hear more of successes presented by our insurance company. So such agrarian farmers, such producers would end up in such criteria of the programs where they would have to underwrite or secure their risks. And then if they had any difficulties, so our company insured them to more than 2 billion hryvnias. At least we had such a big funding to cover different kinds of cases. But for this insurance by Universalna company, a lot of businesses said, my company would be at stake together with all of the jobs that we have to offer. So once again, we are not running any promotion campaigns, although I can tell you outright that the figures demonstrate that 1,315,000,000 hryvnias speak for themselves. And as of now, we already have obtained several requests from banks that would also like to create partnerships with us to set up similar products. As of now, by the end of this year, this product is still effective. We are working together with Privatbank as a partner within this program. And if a customer takes out a loan from Privatbank, they can require some information about this particular instrument, or it automatically falls under the category of this program. The bank immediately gets to understand whether the client complies with the requirements for this program or not. So there are some people who cannot receive loans from the Privatbank, but if they have an additional security to take out, insurance to take out, then they can fall under the category of the eligible candidates. Yes, 2.6 million, this was the insurance amount that we required, and we realized that these were pretty small agrarian businesses, and without the help rendered by USAID, they wouldn't have had any funding and their existence would be in balance. Thank you very much indeed. This is most interesting. So we will definitely hear more about the stories of the farmers who have been compensated within these programs. So thank you very much, Mr. Andriy. Thank you for inviting to speak. Next, we would like to move on to the last part of our panel discussion and the last product that we would like us to discuss. This was the product developed by Activities company. It's a unique one in the market because more often than not, small businesses, particularly producers, buyers of goods, are faced with the question, with the issue. So they need to make payments, and buyers of these products, they want to go for deferred payments, but the sellers of such products understand that they will have to increase their working capital as a result. And if we regard the state offered program 579, the majority of funding goes in order to offer the opportunity of this working capital for the companies. A lot of logistic chains had been destroyed as a result of the war, so the substantial amount of money had to go to increase this working capital turnover, And this turnover capital for the companies in many cases is much more than uh, the funding that goes in order to produce any kinds of goods. So this company has to come up with an innovative product with the help of which the payments are made instantaneously, both for the goods or for the services rendered, but the payment will be funded and insured with the help of the financial instruments that also have their own value. And this is to compensate the value of these financial instruments. So, Mr. Pavlo, can you tell more in greater detail about this product? What are some of the benefits that small companies can gain, and how can they gain access of this product? Yes. Good afternoon. I will make a small review about my company in the first place. Let me tell you the following. Of all of the panelists, we were the last ones that got this funding support. This happened in 2024, and we became the first financial company to gain this grant support offered by USAID IBR activity. Our company is 11 years old, and 5 years ago, we repurposed ourselves and we refocused instead on SMEs. Prior to that, we had been working with them, but we made the final decision for ourselves that this was our segment to target. Definitely, we had some products in our portfolio, some classic ones, very similar to the bank ones, like term loans, credit factoring, etc. But during the war, just like everyone else, or like any other financial institution, we had some time to think, and we ended up having a particular product with our credit portfolio. We had some time to restructure ourselves, and eventually we got to understand that SMEs, in fact, are more interested in their working capital increased. And we thought that it would be better for us to target these speedy, accessible, and ready-made solutions, because their cycles of activities for micro businesses, small and medium-sized businesses, their cycles of activities are not that large. But the lack of working capital was a big snag for them, so we had a particular problem to troubleshoot for. And we are the kind of business that believes that we are the same as our own customers. We have economic activities to engage in. We spend some money to ensure, to provide for ourselves, for our production facilities, for computers, hardware, etc., to come up with some software solutions. So we thought to ourselves that we would have to approach it slightly differently in order to understand the trade factoring, which eventually became the backbone of our digital solution to offer. That was something that we put our heads around in 2023. I began to think about scoring models, about the speed, the rate of how we could do that speedily, digitalization, analysis of our potential buyers. And eventually we came to realize that we could do it, we could manage it. And eventually this trade or commercial factoring became the basis to come up with the first B2B MPL solution. It's a possibility for business to procure services and goods from another business with deferred payments. And some of them core things that we had to troubleshoot for was that everything would have to be done digitally, and we would have to analyze our buyers in 30 minutes and provide answers, whether it be yes or no, and establish any limits to procurements or purchases. So our partners are goods and service traders or sellers. So we always check out to make sure that they comply with certain criteria, they are eligible according to all of the criteria. But as soon as these people go on our platform, everything happens very quickly. Everyone has their e-account, and they can buy and sell goods and services very conveniently. So the IBR activity supported our approach and our project. And let me tell you the following. It also added to it some enhancement. It amplified it, because our grant program right now consists of two parts. We compensate the seller. Part some part of the costs incurred when they do it via us, they get compensated with the grant program. And there are also some incentives for small and medium-sized businesses where they can gain cashbacks, for example, to women entrepreneurs for establishing and creating jobs. So when using our platform, making deferred payments, you establish at least 2 jobs, you get some additional cashback opportunities. The same goes with us as it goes with other financial institutions. Per every grant hryvnia, we have to create additional funding to multiply it tenfold. And we have to achieve 390 million hryvnias within the framework of our funding program. So we already have different applications to 130 million hryvnias submitted to us, and according to our analytics, about 25% of such applications are women entrepreneurs. So this is in a nutshell about our solution. And something else which is extremely important for us within the support program, all of us are talking about USAID, but these small letters which also accompany USAID from the American people, this is of utmost importance for us. So we are much proud that we can gain the support rendered by the American people. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Pavlo. Indeed, within this project, about more than $70 million has already been provided for SMEs. So this has become possible due to our partners in the first place, and in the future, this funding is being planned to be increased to more than $170 million. And we also have a lot of programs in the pipeline in order to launch that for the SMEs with the help of different financial institutions. But now in the second block of our panel discussion, I would like us to address the following. How can we become partners with financial institutions for international support programs? What these programs contribute to financial institutions? How that enables your customers to get additional amplification and boost. So all of the support and aid is aimed at making sure that every hryvnia contributes directly to SMEs. So every hryvnia of support that this project provides has to support SMEs directly. So let us talk directly about the financial market and about the participation in different financial institution projects. So you, as a beneficiary of this support, as our partner, what advice can you provide to the financial products, financial companies, members of the financial market concerning participating in such international support programs? What makes a company compliable with the requirements? Well, in the first place, let me put the following. Something which is most important now that we have all gathered here. Credit Agricole has been in Ukraine for more than 30 years. And we are very well aware of this market, of what Credit Agricole and other companies are engaged in. We were a trailblazer, a pioneer. We set up a designated T together with our partners. We have agrarians, agronomers, vets, and this allows us to understand very much and be well versed about this market. We are a French company. This is our French distinction. We have always particular about choosing our customers. We incentivize transparency. We want to understand our partners as best as we can, which is why I suppose this is one of the parameters that has enabled us to gain this opportunity to issue this money within the USAID IBR activities. So in order to be eligible for these cashbacks of 15%, on leasing assets, whichever ones you might purchase. The advice and tips that we give for our would-be customers, everything is plain and simple. You have to become our customers. And just as we choose our customers, for us what matters is reputation, your goodwill, your business reputation, the behavior of this and the conduct of these companies before the war and nearly 3 years into the war. This is just one example to give you. A week ago, concerning the leasing opportunities, in our committee, we discussed one of the cases of our customer, which unfortunately is nearly 16 kilometers to the front line. And before the war, we had provided this customer with a combine harvester to purchase a combine harvester. It was a loan, but at the beginning of the war, this harvester was destroyed, but this customer still continued paying for it, trying to pay back this loan. And now that they have asked for another leasing opportunity to buy a new harvester, we understand the situation. The financial situation of this customer is extremely challenging. This person was very badly impacted, but just because this company behaved in such goodwill at the beginning of the war, so this definitely garnered our support. So in order to obtain the support and aid, once again, we look very rigorously into all of such indicators, perhaps even more than the financial state of such customers is inspected. So we have to scrutinize their financial reporting, which is absolutely impossible right now during the last 3 years. So their intentions matter to us much more than their credit history. Thank you very much indeed. Now, Mr. Volodymyr, can you also share with us concerning your cooperation with the project? What would you advise other financial institutions? What would you advise to streamline? And concerning the approachability of this program for SMEs.
Yeah, the previous question, I like it even more. Like, what does it take to become a partner? I think there are 3 criteria there. First of all, you need to be willing, because every business, every enterprise starts with one's will. If you are ready to commit, to invest, so on. Secondly, it's about having a professional team, because a business, whether in banking sector or elsewhere, is being made by people. It won't happen without having professionals on board. Still more, we have this increased responsibility in front of these taxpayers. And number 3 is about your repute, the produce you offer. I think our philosophy for long-term financial partnership is completely in line with that of the USAID. So the third actually point is to select partners following the same business ethics principles that exist. I personally like it very much to collaborate with the USAID because of this very clear-cut KPI regarding the number of jobs in a company we assist, we provide grant to. It's about huge social responsibility, and the implementation of such projects leaves every bank willing to do more in this regard. If you ask me what I would like to see further, I'd like to really increase the scope of financing, because there's much more demand from the Ukrainian businesses versus the grant amount and the loan facilities we're able to offer. Whatever happens, businesses do have ideas. These ideas mushroom every time. They do know where to relocate, what to produce, what to sell. And, you know, when we talk to businesses doing our surveys, one of the recent ones says that 61% of companies name the labor shortage among the major handicaps. Back in March this year, 23% of companies would name that among their key concerns. Now we have 61% of them. So this is a growing trend. If someone of you followed Yuri Galatei's presentation, they intend to have a growth at the range of 3% and 4.1% next year, to say that the Ukrainian economy will develop this year, next year, and all the forecasts confirm that. And definitely the forecast by the IMF, the National Bank, are really to the point and can be reliable, which again sends us to the growing demand potentially, and from here the need to have bigger grants. We're also working on our factoring program. I think there will be another iteration of it next year already, because it will be the factoring that will give return capital. Say when small businesses operate with bigger companies, factoring will mark a new stage of development that we've never had in previous years. Okay, thank you. A nice experience to share, also within the meaning of financial instruments. Really, the process is as follows. People send in their applications, and then they refine the applicable products, in our case in cooperation with the IBR project. But now, Andrei, you've offered quite comprehensive product to the market. What you would say about prospects of market prospects of such products? You know, cooperation goes on. There are some highs and lows. It was quite a challenge for us to start it, because the product is very peculiar one for the market. We have lots of partners engaged. We have a third partner we work with. But I can tell you that with time we are able to better fit into each other. We have developed already a better understanding of each other. And initially some requirements, we would find them not incomprehensible, but strange, if you will, because we've never come across them before, like in reporting area, for example. But we do understand that. We understand everything, and everything is working and ticking now. When you're working, when you're doing whatever you can, when you have a feedback, I think the figures I've demonstrated, they are indicative of quite sizable results. As Vladimir had it, I can only confirm it. Everything starts small, but we are very much interested in long-term cooperation. We had lots of KPIs in the grant agreement, and I think that by the end of this October we will comply with all of them. One of them was about growing the number of partners, and with the results so far, we see many more potential new partners coming to see us. So if this opportunity of supporting Ukraine in these challenging times remains, within the existing and new projects, it will go and it will bring good results. Okay, Thank you. Ludmila, over to you. When it comes to project implementation, and we are talking about financial institutions as our partners, marketing is one important indicators for them. Both us and them need customer enrollment as fast as possible. During the wartime, maybe it will turn a bit different after the end of it, but such fast-paced developments during the wartime, this is important. So what about marketing as a part of the process, and how did you do it? Yeah, marketing is rather important. Our marketing professionals are regularly working on that because this is about access to information, a key thing. And let me somehow combine it with advice. One has to be and remain inspired. Never let yourself go down. We have one of our customers, hydromechanical mills. From initially they had been in Donetsk, then they had to move to Kramatorsk, then they had to move later on with this full invasion to Borispil district, but they continue. Also, if you go on the internet, you will see that all the international assistance programs, grant facilities have this focal point, if you will. They want to know about ESG, how companies conscious about it, how it is implemented. That again, to say that companies have to show how they care after upcoming generations in terms of environment and so on, social responsibility. So this says a lot about sustainability. A clear hint for businesses: if you follow ESGs, you will find an easier access to affordable finance. And we are talking about that all the time through different forums, through our channels available to us, whether sales, communication, and so on. We talk with suppliers, and I think they all already know about these programs, so we use every opportunity, actually. So I wish everyone a success on this road. Okay, and one final question in this discussion to you, Pavlo. Could you share with us your experience of implementing a joint project and looking back, revisiting it, what would you would do differently? You know, picking the last part of your question, I wouldn't change anything. We've got tremendous, very interesting experience starting with the application phase. Just to add to this story, we are a team that loves challenges. We were the first financial company to get a grant, the first one to create such digital solution. So, yeah, in the process of applying for it throughout our cooperation, we've got certain milestones, some clear indications of us going the right way, of us meeting relevant requirements, corporate responsibility ones, and so on. Yeah, some of the processes were far from ideal, potentially, but we had this opportunity of streamlining and improving them. So, really cool experience, and we are rather focused on small and medium enterprise, and I think we are probably the only financial company in Ukraine working solely, dedicated solely to the segments without spreading things onto other segments. It really brought some glee even, you know. This experience of cooperating with the IBR project, which is also focused strongly on SMEs, it has helped a lot. With your assistance, our solutions have become even more successful. We already have lots of partners who use our platform to, you know, showcase their what they have to offer. Okay, thank you so much, dear participants, dear colleagues. It's time for Q&A. We will be glad for any questions from you. Just raise your hand to get a mic. Wait for the mic. Uh, just stand up, present yourself, and put a question. Hi, Katerina Koval, Olvia Corporation, and my question is to Andrei Dubey about the prospects of war risks insurance, particularly for Dnipropetrovsk Oblast. What you're up to about that? Okay, it's a pleasure to make acquaintance with you. Can tell you that this question will be best addressed during the panel discussion slated for roughly 4:40 p.m. It will be exclusively about war risks, and there will be insurance companies present there. At the moment, I can tell you we do not have any underwriting for that, international underwriting. Each company can get 8, maybe 10 million hryvnias, not a big amount for any big international. The National Bank has joined the discussion, though, and I suggest indeed that you wait for this panel discussion dedicated to war risks insurance. You will get much more detail about the current situation, what are the plans for the future. But I can tell you that the NBU and insurance companies are actively exploring the topic. If you allow me, it is necessary to adopt a piece of legislation. There's a bill already motioned to the parliament, and if they go as fast as they went with the insurance-based one, there are strong chances we will have it already this year. I think, well, it may be a challenge for the Verkhovna Rada to think what's more important, to vote for taxation legislation or that one, but it's up to them. Okay. Natalia Kulakovska, KMZ Industries, the biggest manufacturer of grain silo equipment. My question is about leasing. Unfortunately, our customers have no access to such programs because grain silo equipment cannot be transferred. Any chances of this matter to be resolved at some point in the future? And another question is to activities. You have a limitation of 2 million currently. Any chances of having it increased? Because for our type of produce, this is practically nothing in terms of amount. Can I start? Yeah, thanks for the question. This is really a hot question for every leasing company. Yeah, they are clearly prioritizing movable assets rather than not movable ones. But we work on that. We expand on our program. So, Taras, maybe with your involvement with the project to finance agro sector, maybe the matter will go, and maybe with international funding available, a product might appear and might be expected. We do want this to happen as well. But thanks. Yeah, thank you. And yes, you're right. We have 2 million cap per agreement, per contract. On those installments or deferred payment. Yes, we have plans of getting bigger, but at the moment, this is as it stands. Our strategic session scheduled for the end of this year will be also about potentially raising the cap per contract again. But again, there are some challenges to it. unlike banking institutions, we are a bit limited in terms of our own access to financing. We don't have current accounts, we don't have account balances, deposits, so on. The only instrument we may avail of is our corporate securities. So at the moment, together with the National Commission for Securities, we are working on our application for the next year to see that we have public emission of our corporate papers next year. If the market has trust in us, if our customers have trust in us, you may also become one of our investors, and that's why we participate in growing affordable financial opportunities for SMEs. So yeah, we think about going bigger about per contract cap. Hi, Sergei Pozniak, head of the Association of Veteran Entrepreneurs. I have a question to Ludmila and Pavlo. First of all, yeah, there are financial companies focused on SMEs like Veteran Business FinStream. But the question is, do you have any sort of preferential programs or products for veteran businesses? Thank you for the question. Quite a relevant one indeed. Just general remark, we all have to think over it, because after the war, the whole of our nation will have this, peculiarity. We will have to think about inclusivity related special dedicated programs. So to answer shortly, no, we don't have it yet. But thanks for suggesting it. I do hope that by the time next forum appears, I will be able to report some good news. Me, myself, being a company CEO, I can tell you that I also have a staff member who is serving in the army, and I actually retained his job, seat, and salary for him, despite there is no such legislative requirements on that yet. So we continue paying salaries and keeping workplaces for those serving in the army. So yeah, thank you. Yep, it's working. Okay, let me also correct myself. Probably we are the only financial company to offer lending to SMEs without collateral requirements. Coming back to your question, we don't have such program, but we are in the process of developing it. Activities, it is about figures and built-in finances. Our next coming solution that we will present, it will be also linked to our partners, and we will need some support for it. And yes, it will have a part specifically aimed at helping veterans to grow their business. Well, yeah, we don't have a dedicated program for that. Now we are with USAID, and I do hope there will be programs developed for that. We also have other partners that provide grants to such businesses. I think the most important thing is that all of us, we have been working with companies either owned by veterans or having veterans among their staff. But again, no special dedicated programs to report, but we already finance such things, and I think this is a move in the right direction. And yeah, truly we need to adapt to the situation, clearly so. it will happen. It simply cannot happen in a blink of the eye. We will have to develop it.
підтримки
Let me also add by saying that within the support of this program, when we select financial institutions, a separate point is working with veteran businesses. And in numerous programs that we are working on, if you look at the conditions and terms, they're speaking about the increasing share of recompensing such companies where the owners are ex-combatants or amongst their employees are ex-combatants or veterans. And of course, funding will be higher than as to other companies. So we still have some time for additional questions. Are there any? Please raise your hands. We don't see any hands raised. So thank you to all of our dear panelists. And we now are inviting the representatives of small businesses to apply in order to obtain funding. And while the financial institutions are being encouraged to keep working actively in order to provide great accessibility of funding. Thank you very much indeed. Glory to Ukraine. Glory to her heroes. Thank you, Taras. Glory. Thank you to our panelists. Please stay there to take a group photo. Dear participants, be reminded that right now we are going to take a 1-hour lunch break. Everyone enjoy your lunch, enjoy communicating, mixing and mingling, getting your questions asked and answered. And expo area is still working throughout the day, so please make sure that you go to different booths and stalls and get your questions answered. So enjoy the lunch and we will continue.
So, dear ladies and gentlemen, I'm hoping the results of the lunch have been rewarding, as they were also tasty. And the second part after the lunchtime will be brimming and teeming with very interesting panel discussions with Q&As in between, depending on the available time though. We do hope it will be possible still. And we are slipping a bit behind the schedule, but this is not critical yet, and panelists will be seeing the remaining time on the video monitors in front of them. And let us hear about success stories of companies that won already co-financing. Please welcome NIK Farm Enterprise. It collaborated with Universal Insurance Company and Privat Bank to get financing with support from the IBR, and that allowed company avoiding huge losses because of the immense drought. Please check the video on screen. Nick Farm is a true example of resilience. For 23 years they've been growing oil seed cultures, poultry and sheep growing. We have up to 15 employees, seasonal workers, and about 9 to 10 of them throughout the winter season. We are providing ourselves with the services we need. We have processing capacity, making flour, grout, and so on. And we have about more than actually 10,000 ton worth of storage facilities. The war has changed agribusiness in Ukraine, ruining farms, roads, logistical chains, and this is just a part of the problems they are facing. The war did affect our business. The challenge we faced with the destruction of the Kakhovska hydropower plant create a huge problem for us. We've got severe droughts. Many cultures like rapeseed, sunflower, being severely affected. From here, the need for more turnover capital, securing from the bank, and this should be done with insurance of crops, particularly regarding sunflower seed and rapeseed. This is what our farm was able to achieve through Universalna in cooperation with Privat Bank. It has been done within the scope of support from the USAID-based IBR project. The resources, financial resources we were able to secure this year allowed us buying seeds, fertilizers, plant protecting substances. Thanks for crop insurance, the farming economy was able to get access to credit facility for about 4 million hryvnias, using it for machinery, equipment, improvement of logistics, and attraction of labor force to transport the produce to exporting hubs. It also was able to stave off losses related to the drought. Universal Insurance Company was able to compensate more than 2 million hryvnias worth of drought damage. This is really important. We are very glad to have this cooperation with Universalna because it means guarantees to our livelihood, us as a farm and for the Ukrainian farmers in general. Now NIK is planning new investments to modernize its production facilities. They want to expand on their poultry and sheep stock already next year. Another yet successful case of international support for Ukrainian agrarians that helps securing food security in the country and worldwide. I'm very much sure that with our support, hundreds of agri-producers will be more resilient and they will be able to secure thousands of jobs. By the way, you will be able to personally make acquaintance with the head of Nick Farm, Mykola, and he will tell you more about the cooperation with the IBR project. Now let us hear more about benefits and aspects of facilitated access to finances with involvement of the IBR project. Maybe it will be a nice hint for many more. Please welcome Gleb Denisuk, trade financing expert from the USAID IBR project. Please also welcome panel discussion participants, Elena Martinenko, founder of Gabinets Farm Enterprise. We already saw you on screen earlier today. Nice to see you in person. Now, Volodymyr Krychovetsky, Industria LV Company Director, and Mykola Poroslov, the founder of Nick Farm. Thank you for being with us today. So, dear Gleb, the panel has been set. Over to you. Yeah, thank you, dear participants, speakers, online audience. Welcome at this business summit of USAID's Investments for Business Resilience project. It's a nice opportunity to be able to talk today here in Kyiv about business growth opportunities rather than survival options. Many participants had to go a long way to make it to Kyiv to this event, and this is good we have them with us. Our panel will last for 35 minutes and it will cover stories of businesses in the wartime. It will uncover issues and problems faced by businesses since the start of the full-scale invasion. It will be about success stories of businesses overcoming their problems. And let me briefly break it to you why we have exactly these people sitting in front of you today to talk about their business. So, Gabinets Farm Enterprise. Olena is a co-founder of it, Olena Martinenko. They work for food security of Ukraine. The land bank of the enterprise makes for 1,200 hectares. At the beginning of the war, the contact line was just 10 kilometers away from the lands, but it was not the only problem. Another problem was a slump in the price for their produce. Practically all of the yield they got that year suddenly was worth almost nothing, which effectively precluded the company from buying seeds for the next sowing campaign. They simply had no money to finish harvesting and buy seeds for the new year. So, with more information about how co-financing from the USAID's IBR project, this will be delivered by Olena. Another story is from Volodymyr Krychovetsky to tell you more about Industria LV, a company set up in 2007 to work in road making, road construction, road machinery equipment repair. With this onslaught of the war, they rethought their business, starting instead the production of shelter units, prefab shelters from reinforced concrete. So recently, some of these team members nearly barely survived in a shelling while in Odessa. They were there to install the shelter, and it was like real life test for them themselves. As Volodymyr says, the best performance indicator for company is when you know that not a single lethal case has been reported at localities where you have your shelters installed. And last but not the least is the story from Nick Farm. You've actually saw the video. The company is just 40 kilometers away from the contact line. I had a chance to talk to Mykola, and when the aggressor burst open the Kakhovka hydropower plant dam, this farm, well, it spelled doom for the company because they practically lost all of the yield of rapeseed. And again, there will be a story about their resilience and ways in which they decided to overcome the ordeal. But first with Olena. How your company is faring throughout this war? What are the challenges? How the co-financing program from USAID-based project has helped you to stay afloat and develop? Good afternoon, everyone. We as a company appeared back in 2014. We are a family actually farm enterprise operating since 1998. We've witnessed a lot of issues throughout these 22 years of experience. But when the war came, the problems exacerbated. We suddenly were out of funds. We could not pay salaries, we could not buy what we needed. But, you know, they say, knock on the door and they shall open to you. And we did that, knocking on bank doors. We had a nice credit history. But that didn't help that much initially. But then, being a member of the All-Ukrainian Agrarian Council, I got the information about a resilient business support program from OTP Bank. We had a visit from their team. We made acquaintance. There are two companies actually. One company is under my management, the other one is managed by my mother. So the bank was able to offer us funding of 5 million hryvnias, and we were able to buy sunflower seeds. We were able to really sow 700 hectares worth of sunflower, the maximum area we could. The most important of it was that we had this agrarian promissory note used for that purpose. We needed not to go into casco insurance. We need not to do the property assessment. It was really easy on us. We signed a contract with them in 2023, and actually the very next day, we were able to use the money. Now this year we repaid the loan, and we are thankful to the OTP Bank. It was really expedient and efficient. A pleasure to work with them. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Elena. Big round of applause, because this is a true story of a business. And indeed, we are to show real stories from real people. Over to you, Vladimir. Starting in 2007 and completely rethinking your company in 2022, shifting your production to something extremely important for the country with all the related pains and problems. So, describe us the situation you are in, the sheer geographical area, the need to move your stuff, the need to send your produce to a variety of regions. So how the co-financing program has helped you, and what are the challenges you intend to further solve? Yeah, glory to Ukraine. Since the start of this full-scale aggression, we understood that the work we had been doing previous years, that was about road construction, civil engineering, so it suddenly became no longer a priority for us. The most hot matters for us now were things not necessary for war, for defense. We would like to keep going with peaceful time production, but well, the times have changed, and we were able to find a niche of our own with our staff experience of working at a variety of infrastructural projects. We understood it was important to protect people, to ensure their physical defense, physical protection. So already in 2023, we convened designers, planners, technicians to come up with a plan of defense facilities as prefab units. You probably understand that in some regions, we may only have from half a day to a couple of days to make such as a defensive structure there, because there is simply no other time for that. From here, the idea of prefab modular units. We unified everything, and even with changes in operational hours of the certification authorities, we were able to apply for proper certification to confirm the compliance of our modules to the existing building norms. When it comes to real life tests, unfortunately it happened like you described. My staff members were working in Odessa seaport. They were busy establishing this modular unit. There was an existing shelter nearby, but people would continue working, and some of them even saw the missile coming in. Well, our construction has been properly certified in terms of its, it has been rated for that. And it really stood. It really stood. It protected the people despite all of those splinters and parts of pavement and so on flying around. We are now making a lot of security units on commission of the Ukrainian national post operator, Ukrposta. There was a situation when we didn't manage to reach the location where we would install this prefab model.
щодо
Destroyed by the time we went.
контролю
Concerning the speed of assembly lines, have you been in some way helped by the IBR activity to procure all of the necessary construction materials? Well, USAID is an invaluable partner for us. We have been working with them very closely because USAID stands for the experience which is sorely needed nowadays, because Ukraine declares as well as take specific steps towards adapting our enterprises and approximating them to the European and world best standards and practices. Therefore, it goes without saying that we have always kept track and tried to work with such structures, international structures. We've always made a point of it. Of course, for us, USAID is the best experience available that has allowed us, in a way, not to channel part of our funding to procure and acquire all of the necessary means. We needed some vehicles, transportation, and we were not even planning to buy and procure any new vehicles because understandably we need to have some working capital available for concrete construction. However, we still had that need for vehicles, and this best leasing program came to our rescue. It was a helping hand. We were not ready to take out this loan, but when they told us that some of the load on those leasing payments will be shouldered by USAID, this gave us additional confidence. So we took this decision. We took advantage of this USAID's IBR activities. And now we are already in the way to pay back all of our payments. That's fantastic. So we have been able to save some of the working capital, which has gone to our core production rather than procuring the necessary vehicles. Thank you very much, Mr. Volodymyr, for everything that you are doing. Next, we'd like to give the floor to Mr. Mykola. Yes, do give him a round of support, a round of applause. I can hardly understand. For me, this is a truly heroic exploit every day to work in the area of about 40 kilometers off the content line. In addition to that, it's a business. It's crazy responsibility for the people, for the payroll, for the production process. How are you managing all of these things? And have you been helped by this co-financing IBR activity in your specific case? How helpful has it been for you? Good afternoon. I would like to thank the moderator, the organizers, USAID, IBR activity, the insurance company, Universalna company, for all of the activities that have taken place, because behind the ovations it will be very difficult to add anything. Ovations will be loud. Well, running my own business is just as hard as for everyone else, I suppose, right now. After the war breakout, all of the pricing collapsed for our products. I mean, guys were immediately mobilized for the war. And this really was a terrible pressure exerted on us. Everyone knows about the prices collapsing at the beginning of the war. All of our working capital, running capital was drained, and we were forced to go for bank lending. Just as it was in that video that you have just watched, we applied a loan issued by Credit Bank. I thank them very much. They're a very fine bank, and the symbiosis of their activities with ours enabled us to do it easily. On the 5th of May, just on Easter Day, or at Easter time, I went to celebrate Easter. And then I came back to my area, and it was minus 12 centigrade. So you can imagine 230 hectares of rapeseed was devastated. This was half of our crop. And thus, we had to go for the reimbursement possibilities, and it was due to the support of IBR activity that we were able to cover a lot of our costs, and Universalna company has been helping us a lot. So we got this living and breathing money to compensate for the losses that we had incurred. So let us support Mr. Mykola with our loud applause, because farming industry up to 1,000 hectares are extremely important within the European structure in particular, and I suppose that this will also become just as important for the Ukrainian agrarian business. The second part of our discussion I would like to dedicate to speaking about opportunities rather than challenges. So you have tackled some issues. What are the opportunities that this program, this activity has opened up to you? So somehow the problems were left behind. So what are you thinking about? Developments, being engaged in the same activities? Are there any delays caused in your activities right now? Ms. Olena, you first. At first I was quite at a loss because I'm excited. I'm anxious, you know. Oh, don't get anxious. We are all the same people. Yes, we were faced with huge problems right from the start because the grain, unfortunately, was depreciated, and we tried a variety of different options to recoup our costs. We also began to rent a mill, and we started producing flour. We also tried to process sunflower seeds, and we tried to even export to Lithuania. You know, when it was difficult for us even to find the necessary seed material, and rape seeds cost 11,000. OTP Bank provided us with the necessary funding, and we saved lots of funding thus, and we sold rape seeds at the price of 18,000 in autumn, and with the profits we managed not only to provide for our profitability, but we also procured 2 vehicles. And now we transport seeds very quickly for both the processing purposes and to the port. We have also procured equipment to process soybeans. We have also obtained a generator. So we have made a lot of gains. Oh, you have spoken about renting a mill, so trucks, vehicles, all of this is about personnel, it's about people. So where are you finding them? Are you increasing the number of employees, the number of jobs? We are trying to create more jobs. However, there is a real problem with that because men in particular are in huge demand. You know, you don't know how to drive those trucks. There are problems at stake. We are trying to get people interested. We have increased our number of employees. We have 6 more employees added. Most of them are truck drivers. We're trying to create new jobs, but it's very difficult because near us there are Zhytomyr and Kyiv. A lot of people are leaving small towns and regions to go off to bigger regional and cosmopolitan centers. So I can see that there are some opportunities for your growth after participating in this activity. Yes, we have invested all of the money that we gained as profit. We have made some investments in our business. Oh, very good indeed. Mr. Volodymyr, the same question to you. What are your opportunities? What are you thinking of concerning the further development? Is your company going to remain at the same level? What would you like to implement to ensure critical products necessary for Ukraine to get developing? So what is it that is needed in terms of the development of the critically needed products that you have to offer? I will put it this way. Along with this activity that we have participated in, its successful ending enabled us to gain a very successful impetus and to start thinking about participation in other programs and activities. I will tell you the first thing that we started to do when we were registering, drawing up all of the necessary documents. A lot of lawyers didn't know the whole system and its functionality. We couldn't even imagine that it would be so specific, speedy, and everything would be done at such an excellent level, which has motivated us to keep looking for further cooperation with USAID's IBR activity. Nowadays, we have a lot of different needs that need to be met. At this difficult, challenging time, we really feel that USAID is definitely from the American people. We started feeling this tangible support. Currently, we have a need to train our personnel, so we will be reaching out for the methodological assistance in order to train our personnel so that we can utilize all of the funding provided to us in a proper way. This funding provided by the American people, I think, will definitely be extremely helpful to us because we already see what we need. What we need nowadays is the money to certify our production, because Ukrainian shelters, as of now, are already a very good brand. Sadly, it just so happens that in Ukraine they have been very well tried and tested. If we take other leaders in this industry, America, for example, has always taken a very rigorous approach to shelters. Switzerland, likewise, but thankfully, they have never had any practical utilization of this production. However, in our country, we are going through this and we are getting first-hand experience. So right now we're sourcing funding and different programs that will help us fund the certification of our production, because these are some of the requests that we have received from Lithuania, Latvia, Poland, Romania, who would like to use our bomb shelters. Yet, our certificates are not mandatory when utilizing this product in Europe. Instead, we need European certification to go through. So right now we are trying to source those who will be able to help us to get our products certified according to NATO standards, according to European standards. So according to your words, thank you very much for what you have shared. We can see that you are aiming for further up growth. You have taken this challenge. And the co-funding goals have already been recouped, and you are moving along forward. I can see that we have a lot of business representatives gathered in this hall. I suppose that installing shelters in the business facilities probably is one of the first needs. Right now we have Industria LV booth presented here. This is Mr. McCullough's company. Now next question goes to you, Mr. McCullough. What are your opportunities? Did you continue operational activities at the expense of the funding offered to you with respect to this insurance business? So what do you need to ensure support and development? Thank you. I would like to once again express my gratitude to Universalna company and USAID company. These are true professionals that have wowed us greatly with their decency, high tolerance, meticulous approach. Thank you profusely. Speaking about my business, it goes without saying, yes, we are keeping afloat and we are ensuring a certain degree of growth. Like any commercial company, we are trying to find source some more contemporary equipment to utilize some of the groundbreaking technologies, particularly in terms of preserving moisture in the soil so that we can harvest better crops. During the break time, we had some of the meetings with Best Leasing representatives here, and we are cherishing hope that this will continue our activities and our automotive fleet will be improved, and this will ensure greater sustainability and resilience to our business. I would like to wish all of the Ukrainians the victory in this peace, a fair and just peace to be achieved as a result of this conflict. Once again, let us applaud to these words, because this is highly important for all of us. Part 3. In this hall, we are about 300 representatives of different businesses, at least 150. Some of them have already taken advantage of this co-funding opportunity offered by USAID IBR activity. Some of them are still vacillating, thinking, humming and hawing. So you as direct representatives of being directly involved in this activity, experienced business representatives that have utilized this opportunity, this service and its benefits, what tips can you offer to other businesses of how to approach this, motivate these business representatives to go for this opportunity, and perhaps share more about your experience? Have all of the terms and conditions been used by you? I understand that you are different businesses and 3 different opportunities have been utilized by you. So did our business partners not only declare but comply with all of the promises? Ms. Olena, I would like to say the following. Whether you think or not, let me assure you that this is a brilliant opportunity for you to take advantage of an interest-free rate. We paid really next to nothing for utilizing this money. Money right now in Ukraine is depreciating, so why not take advantage of this fantastic opportunity? I've just arrived from the United States. I had an opportunity to go there as a delegation visitor. USAID is so widely popular in the US, and just as they say it, every taxpayer's tax in the US helps them to recover Ukraine, and we have to thank every American in the capacity of this American agency for international development. We had to pay only for notary services, that's all. It took us under 1 month to get everything registered. We showed all of our fields. We secured, for security, we used our future crops and we began to sell our sweet corn. And the processors began to ask, like, well, this was used as a collateral for the OTP bank. We called them and they immediately sent us the letter that they allowed us to use this crop to pay back for the loans. So that was it. There were no problems, no snags. So keep knocking at different doors, keep developing your businesses. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, Ms. Olena, for this motivation. Mr. Volodymyr, the question now goes to you. In small, tiny print in your contract, was there anything written like you will be owing much more, that commissions will be higher, the conditions in terms of this activity, best benefits activity that you received funding from? Was everything according to the clauses of that contract? Everything was very specific, very quickly done at a highly qualified level, which motivated us to make sure that the level of our managers has to grow. We keep learning, we're training and preparing for further cooperation. We are keenly interested. And I can tell you the following. Together with Mr. McCullough, we are already at a senior age, as you can see. It seems like it's too late to study and learn, but we keep learning, and young people working for us are gaining fantastic experience. And your question whether everything was written in small or fine or capital print written, everything was written in a clear-cut, comprehensible language to us, and now all of our obligations are being paid much more quickly than it was actually planned right from the very beginning, because it allows us to build more contacts and to enter into new projects, new programs. Okay, yes, please do applaud. So the conclusion may be made that all of the terms and conditions, the way that they were declared, were complied with. Now, Mr. McCullough, can you kindly share with us, like you said it before, you have spoken about your background and experience. Can you speak about your emotions and motivations? Because there are lots of representatives of farming businesses perhaps watching us right now, and our situation is really devastating right now, particularly near the front areas. I can imagine how many different metal things are flying in the direction of agrarian businesses and what that represents to agrarian producers. So can you share with them whether or not they need to opt for such activities and programs? Thank you for this question. Yeah, it's really fascinating. I am under the impression that there's very little information about USAID, about insurance for businesses by Universalna company. I suppose that these outreach campaigns, they definitely need to be more widely disseminated. I have some experience under my belt, like the European companies like BASF, Bayers and Syngenta. They hold different workshops where they communicate information concerning their products and goods. And thus they go for promotion as well as training opportunities. However, with reference to USAID and this activity, IBR activity that has been taking place this year featuring our company, I suppose this is pretty much like a lottery. There's very little information available about it. So I would definitely advise, if there is an opportunity to disseminate this information to Ukrainians, not only to agrarian producers, but to all business representatives, please do so, because this is a tremendous piece of work. This is so helpful in Ukraine. Highly reliable tool. These people, as I have said, are very decent, very consistent in their approach, and that's something which we are sorely needing right now in Ukraine. So I can only thank you endlessly. We don't get to see such manifestations of such decent culture in our society. Thank you.
Я дуже
Yeah, thank you, dear participants. I'm really very much touched and happy to hear you sharing your very personal stories about your businesses for the ears of other businesses. It's very important to hear from people doing that on a daily basis, working for Ukraine, those who were important for the country in peaceful times and are critically important nowadays. Again, I invite everyone present to check the exhibition booths of each of the companies to see some potential solutions for yourself, to come up with some ideas for you how to sustain your business. Thank you indeed, everyone. We thank all the panel participants. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let us stay for a second more to make a photo, and we will continue. As Gleb mentioned, yes, you can peruse the exhibition format to know more of companies and their practical experience of cooperation with USAID's IBR project. And we move on to our next presentation. Growing experts from Ukraine in these war-torn times is really important because it is about new opportunities for Ukrainian companies, about new jobs. It's about modernizing production facilities and stimulating domestic economy. So we decided to put a question about ways in which businesses interested in expansion to external markets are supported. And we have a speaker well able to respond to this question. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome head of the Export Credit Agency, Ruslan Gashev. Hi, Ruslan. I think we can have a mic for you, Ruslan. Wishing all the best with your presentation. Yeah, good afternoon. Thank you. I have a super complex task because normally I have a presentation of 40 minutes and I have 15 minutes to go with a success story to describe. That is 12 minutes sharp. So I'm not going to go along my presentation. You can check the information on our website or by talking to my colleagues at the exhibition here. I will be rather describing the products we offer and will tell you more about who these are focused on. And at the end, a story of our customer. I will be chaotic with my slides, so please bear with me. The Export and Credit Agency is an insurance company with a special status aimed at helping Ukrainian exporters and, as of late, also Ukrainian businesses still just willing to expand internationally to help them be more competitive on the external markets. Who we work with? First of all, we have certain limitations. We can promote and assist with produce and services mentioned in the law. Without going into too much detail, this is about something with substantial added value or substantial level of processing. So we are not dealing with experts of raw materials, whether steel or corn. But if you're willing to make macaroni or flour, this is substantially processed product that we can help you with. And we go all the way to products. How we help our exporters. One of the key problems for the Ukrainian exporters they had even before the war, it only aggravated since, it is about access to financing. Here we bridge our lending, our lenders, domestic lenders as banks, and our potential customers. So if you're short on your collateral to call a loan facility, we can help you with it. The average cost of insurance per year is roughly 1.8%. So if you want to insure your loan facility and have notary agreement for the purpose, you will spend even more than that. So it's good to operate with us. So if you have an investment project, say up to 5 years, with a 20 million cap, you can have a program, a ready-made program from us. We simply provide the bank with a cap, and bank does everything automatically. So if it is in line with all the criteria, it is properly automated procedure. We have individual insurance as well. If the cost of financing is more than 20 million for you, we would not limit your loan cap, but we will rather limit our responsibility. We have loans for 250, 230 million hryvnias, but these are individual programs with different repayment terms, different terms and conditions. This is when we have to make relevant decisions, and this takes a bit longer, but the average time is about 1 week. Not much, really. Another product from us is insurance for bank guarantees. During the war, we see that Ukrainian companies find it harder to get advance payments from overseas partners. Everyone is willing to get 100% prepayment, but before that we would have certain guarantees of return of the prepayment. Now we don't have it, but we have also other sorts of guarantees, as we also offer insurance of bank risks. For banks, a loan facility or bank guarantee is practically the same, and we again play the bridge here, ensuring the transaction. Insurance of foreign economic contracts. This is a small portion of our portfolio because 96% of our portfolio is about providing insurance to bank loan facilities. This product is in much less demand because of some specifics of the Ukrainian laws on foreign currency control measures. We worked with the World Bank's technical team to suggest long-expected changes to the Ukrainian legislation for that. So in a nutshell, if you want to defer a payment to your overseas partner and you are not sure of the partner itself, you have little idea of his, say, culture, discipline, or maybe it's about a new market that you are new to. So this product will help you by ensuring up to 85% of your foreign trade contract. And if you your partners fail on paying on terms, you can have up to 85% compensation. Again, there's a caveat in the terms and condition. We have to recognize the insurance accident to be able to pay it. When we work on that, we do expert assessment, due diligence assessment of overseas partners. This is done thanks to our cooperation with USAID agency. We work through French COFAST company. They help us with assessing foreign companies. That is, if you're not able to provide us with any financial reports from your foreign partner, we may decide about tariffs using COFAST-based credit reports. The next product, this is a fresh one. It emerged only this year. The state says we need to be able to ensure war-related risks. The work on that goes in two directions. First of all, the National Bank works on ensuring real estate from war risks. And the second portion is within the mandate provided to us this year by the government. So insurance of direct investments, if it is FDIs or domestic investments, if these are the money meant for a specific project, we can assure you this contribution against risks of losing the capital itself or dividends from it, and we are covering war and political risks. The political ones being, say, suppose you were licensed for certain type of activities, but then you were stripped of it. If you are insured with us, this is a political risk. Another political risk could be some limitations on capital. War risks clearly is about something that does damage, primarily physical damage to your assets and activities. But again, insurance claim appears when you are no longer to continue operations because of the war accident or war event. If you had something that has not prevented you from continuing your production, this is not a claim. Now, when it comes to lending, bank-related lending, we offer insurance against war-related risks, and we are expecting changes to the legislation to further simplify the emergence of such products. And Yulia Sviridenko this morning spoke about efforts of the government for that. We already had a project that we work on for 45 million hryvnias. We expect another one project for 92 million hryvnias that we are going to ensure. We expect up to 5 such projects by the end of this year. Again, this is about war risks, insuring against them. I think the bankers here understand that the bank does not access any specific risk related to that. So they only do just general assessment. So we need for that purpose to also cover commercial risks. And I do hope that MPs and the Parliament will heed our advice and update the legislation accordingly. And here's the information from 30th of September. The figures are a bit higher than that now, but generally it is about the scope of supported exports. Almost 17 billion hryvnias worth. Last year it was 7.9 billion. More than 6 billion already this year, and we intend to increase the figure to 8 billion hryvnias hopefully next year. we expect to go over 10 billion hryvnias benchmark. Another indication of our performance is the multiplier factor in terms of how much exports in hryvnias are facilitated with 1 hryvnia of our responsibility. Currently, we stand at the multiplier rate of roughly 1 to 10, which says that money are being used efficiently. Another indicator is about the jobs retained, preserved. Businesses that have been working with us since 22 were able to save about 6.5 thousand jobs. And you can see from the map that we practically are not limited in our operations in regions. Banks do have them, but you can see the eastern and southern oblasts, Sumy, Kharkiv, Zaporizhia, elsewhere. You won't see big difference in the number, and we do hope to have a project in Mykolaiv Oblast as well. And now I would like to treat you to a short 3-minute long video about one of our customers to tell the story how, through our cooperation with him, he was able to expand his exports. I am Oleg Goncharuk. I am Operations Director and Managing Partner of Ecosfera Group of companies. We started with juice production in 1997, and we've been doing that for 23 years. We joined the Export Credit Agency program in 2023 to grow our export capacities in Europe. Primarily apple juice concentrate, a good commodity used very much in Germany, Poland, across Europe, also in the US. A business like ours is already burdened with a lot of responsibilities and liabilities. Staff members, governments, fiscal authorities, and so on, so we cannot go below certain sales margin. Meanwhile, the war did affect us. At the moment, our workload stands at about 30%. With existing equipment, we could boost the production 2-3 times, but for us to be able to do so, we need to open new markets. Unfortunately, Ukraine has reduced its consumption of late. There are many niches across Europe, and the policy of the EU, of the US, is to provide some wider opportunities for Ukrainian exporters, and that way we can say that we have where to go. The problem is that big commercial chains are not ready to pay in advance. It is particularly acute in Ukraine. Everyone's afraid of it. But they're ready to work on deferred payments, which makes for a rather lengthy chain. And exactly in this case, the Export Credit Agency and Ukrgazbank stepped in, and they were able to fund our apple juice concentrate for the total of 3.5 million euro. That allowed us preserving jobs, adding workload, and we are very glad to see that we as a country are becoming part of a civilized market. We are learning fast in our relations with European customers, and we want to expand our export activities by 50, maybe 70%, and this is where ECA is very handy. Yeah, last year we were able to participate with Ukrgazbank, providing them with substantial amounts of financing last year. We want to expand this scope of financing even more this year. You can have more information on our stall.
Від себе мушу сказати, що
Thank you, Ruslan. For my part, I can say that you are really experienced in making sure that in 15 minutes you were able to present the material that otherwise would have taken you 14 minutes to cover. Next panel discussion will be dedicated to business growth and investment programs. So over 300 Ukrainian companies have submitted for participating in this program. Of course, business is impacted by war. We're given the green light, or the ones that are helping to recover their business opportunities as well as recover the opportunities for their local communities. But first, we would like to share the success story that we have already touched upon. One of the largest radiator producer, battery producer in Ukraine, you already know which company. So the company that was forced to relocate, as Ms. Yulia has already spoken about and demonstrated some pictures, they had to relocate from Kharkiv region to the west of Ukraine, but with the support of banking and leasing opportunities, they are still intending to create 200 new jobs and grow their export capacity. How are they planning to do that? The video will show. The largest manufacturer of radiators in our country, U-Term, supplied high-quality heating equipment before the war, steel panel radiators, to 20 countries worldwide before the war. But after the full-scale invasion started, the company was forced to relocate its production from Kharkiv region to Bila Tserkva to maintain its production and continue developing it. Our company was relocated from the city of Chuguyev in Kharkiv region. At the beginning of the war, Chuguyev, from day one of the war, was on the front line, so we took a decision to evacuate our enterprise. The evacuation went on in very difficult conditions under the hostile fire with some direct hits of our facilities. Thankfully, our people were not injured. Moving our facilities out of the active hostility area was a big challenge for them, all the more so that it required additional funding, which the company at that time lacked. There was no money to grow further. We got ourselves in a predicament. Our main issue was lack of working capital. We were looking for additional sources of funding and found out about the USAID program. Thanks to this program, this activity, we got access to financial resources. Under the co-investment program with the USA Investment for Business Resilience activity, the war-affected U-Term company and being relocated to another region will receive the necessary funds in order to purchase a large batch of steel to increase its output of radiators, which are being manufactured using some of the contemporary technologies. And for years, this has ensured a stable demand for U-Term's products that has now become critical to restoring heating systems in the areas affected by the war in Ukraine. It is especially crucial given Ukraine's need for more than 3.5 million radiators to restore real estate properties and the infrastructure destroyed by the Russian aggression. Our radiators are being used extensively in heating systems and are a vital part for the restoration of our cities and villages. Thanks to this program, we are planning to increase the output to 1.2 million radiators per year. This will enable a five-fold increase in our sales within 2 years. To date, U-Term Ukraine has been able to resume deliveries of radiators to 9 EU member states and is planning to cover the entire European market, which is key to selling such equipment globally. This is how, thanks to the support of the USA Investment for Business Resilience activity, the company will successfully combine its activities with the funding provided from abroad during the war to strengthen its export and production potential. This is truly an amazing story, highly inspirational. Believe me, there are so many, and I'm sure that ahead of us lies some more. But what makes it special, this co-financing program? How did the activity select and screen the companies? Which activities was the funding designated to? So this is something that we will be talking about during the panel discussion, how IBR funds leverage private capital and help companies to grow. This discussion is to be moderated by business advisor, USAID Investment for Business Resilience Activity, Mr. Pavlo Kostromitsky. Hello and welcome up onto the stage. And with your permission, I would also like to invite your co-panelists. Dmytro Botnya, Director of UTERM Ukraine. It's a pleasure to make an acquaintance with you physically, personally. You look differently as opposed to the way that you looked in your production facility, but nevertheless, we are happy to welcome you here. Co-owner of Suziria Group, Polina Kasharna. Welcome. Happy to see you. You can also remember that Ms. Polina presented her case of Suziria Group, and they also increased the number of jobs. Tov Karat, Olga Prishenko, representative of this company, is also kindly invited on the stage. Hello and welcome. Quality Manager, Delta Trading House, Anastasia Mishchenko, you're also kindly invited to proceed to the stage. So we have the moderator and all of the panelists in full gathering. We're happy to see you here. Mr. Pavlo, the audience is yours. Enjoy the discussion. Thank you very much. I hope everything's working. Let me present the slides on the screen. In the meantime, I would like to say hello and welcome, dear ladies and gentlemen. It's an immense pleasure to see you all here. I'm also welcoming everyone who's watching and listening to us online. Now, this panel is going to be about how IBR funds leverage private capital and help companies grow. The main objective for us is to tell you about our programs that we facilitate and afford to support business companies in Ukraine. But most important here is to give the floor to the participants in these programs. They will be sharing their life hacks, emotions, and the experience of cooperating with our activity. So, we have with us Dmytro Bodnya, Polina Kasharna, Olga Prishenko, Anastasia Mishchenko, and my name is Pavlo Kostromitsky. Very happy to see you here. So before we take it straight to business, let me make a brief presentation of what direct support leveraged by our company and our activity is all about. We have had a lot of speeches and interventions today. I always like to start with a reference point. Our activity undertakes lots of different initiatives, even grant initiatives, so many with us. We like to call them co-investment programs. Why? Because in all of these grant programs, one of the key requirements is that the candidates, eligible candidates, have to engage additional investment from some other sources, banking sources inclusive. So we call it co-financing. These programs fall into two types by the mechanisms of their implementation. So there is financial mediation, something that you have heard a lot about today, and you will be hearing more about it after our panel, and direct co-investment programs. Today, that's exactly what we are targeting. First of all, this is supporting business growth. Business growth co-investment programs otherwise. So to make it brief and short, I will just say BGC to identify this program, and we will be talking about that specifically. Another program that we have, which is right now in the pipeline, please watch our social networks, LinkedIn, Facebook, ibropportunities.com, also Prosteer aggregator and Good aggregator. So once again, reverting to BGC program, what was the overall purpose of this program? We pursued the goal of supporting relatively large businesses that could relatively quickly grow their sales, respectively GDP, tax revenues, create new jobs, and retain jobs already available. Such companies were offered our help and assistance of $150 to $2 million, $550,000 to $2 million. So to obtain this co-funding, we set a number of different requirements and also created criteria for evaluation. When speaking about the requirements that we set to the prospective companies, all of these criteria had to be complied with, adhered to, and eligibility to comply with any of them rendered the company ineffective in terms of its participation in this program. So I would like to give the floor to our participants right now. So we say that the average revenue would have to be at least $8 million a year. And this program with the candidate company would have to create additional sales of at least 5 to 1 with reference to the amount of our funding. Of course, external sources of funding at least 1 to 1. The ratio was creating substantial number of jobs, paying for the performance, something else that we will be talking about. So it's only when the results come, interim results arrive, results of the goals and objectives that we set together with the respective company. Only then can this company receive the next tranche from the IBR activity. And something else which was also a must, it was our due diligence for counter agents. When talking about the criteria of assessment and evaluation, we were speaking also about the criteria to rate our would-be customers. We had our priorities in our cooperation with them. So we are speaking about the concepts and applications filed in response to our calls. Reliability, sustainability, confidence of attaining the sales set in the concept. The same can be said about the number of jobs, volume and reliability of co-financing, counteracting the Russian aggression, the power of that vested in this agreement, catalytic effect of the deliverables that will be visible not only within the framework of this particular company, but also impacting the value-added chain, also paying for the performance. So we have to be able first to see the results that we make prior arrangements with the successful applicant companies, and only after that will they be paid another tranche within the framework of our cooperation. So the most important thing that I would like to draw your attention to as I speak is this funnel. These are the stages as we selected prospective companies for BGC. So at the end of February, when we had the deadline, we obtained 319 concepts. It was many more than we had actually anticipated. And this overloaded us throughout the whole year. But as you can see, of them, we managed to select only under 50 concepts, because they managed to garner very high assessments, and we took them to the next stage. We also took them through our due diligence. We took them through the OSINT, and at that stage, we ended with only 16 companies which were invited by us to the final stage of our cooperation. This was the stage when, jointly with the prospective company, we had to build a rigorous business plan, the financial model for the operations, something that had to be defended later on in order to be approved of. Of these 16 companies pre-selected, 8 applications were approved. 3 additional ones out of these 16 are still at the stage of processing, and 5 more companies, unfortunately, were either declined or they withdrew their participation. So as of now, we are proud of the four contracts that we concluded. Representatives of these companies that we concluded agreements with are presented right now here in this panel. One of the final things to mention, very briefly, we wanted to show you our timeline. On this slide, at the end of last year, we made a call about this activity. At the end of February, we closed the call, and throughout this year, we have been processing these submissions. And on the 17th of June, we were happy to sign an agreement with our pioneer U-Term company. Then we signed agreements with Suziria, Karat, and Delta Food companies. And shortly, there will be an announcement made about 4 more agreements. So please keep track of our accounts in LinkedIn, Facebook accounts, our site, ibropportunities.com, Prostier and Good aggregator pages. So thank you very much indeed. This was just a bridge. And now, most importantly, we begin to move on to our fantastic panelists. We would like to hear from the horse's mouth about your cooperation. Please, very sincere, frank feedback, something that will allow both the people gathered here and people listening to us online to prepare better for the programs and activities that are being developed right now for them. So the first question I would like to address to you. Let us start with the presentations. First, introduce your company, describe your co-investment project, and tell us about the stage it is at right now. Dmitro, let's start with you. Hello. I would like to thank the organizers right away. I'm going to speak more about my company. Sometimes I'll probably repeat myself. You may have seen some information in the presentation videos. Nevertheless, perhaps there will be some repetitions. Our company was founded in 2010, and we specialize in steel panel radiator production for heating purposes. Since the launch of our company, we have lived through 2 relocations, the first of which took place in 2014, when we were forced to move from Lugansk to Kharkiv region. Unfortunately, at that time, we lost all of our equipment, but we managed still to relocate the key professionals of our enterprise, the raw materials, and the ready-made products in the town of Chuguyev in Kharkiv region, where we managed to relocate. We were forced to start building from scratch. In 2017, we resumed our activities. From 2017 through 2022, we increased our volumes of production twice. We doubled that, and we now produce more than 2 million radiators per year. Our range was also extended. The share of our production in the internal market was 40%. We actively developed our export-oriented production, selling to 22 countries, including China, Canada, the UK, and European countries. In 2022, starting with the full-scale hostilities, we found ourselves in a very difficult situation. Evacuation of our production began with the support of the government support on relocation. However, dismantling and taking out all of the equipment was done under constant shelling. You saw some direct hits. But luckily, not a single employee was scathed. So we temporarily moved all of our equipment to Kalish in the west of Ukraine. And then in September 2022, we managed to find the respective premises in Bila Tserkva of Kyiv, and we signed long-term agreement to rent these premises. During that year, from September 2022 through August 2023, we were busy dealing with some preparatory works, connecting ourselves to the gas main, moving all of the necessary equipment, and in August 2023 we resumed our operations and we began to load our production from Bila Tserkva, nearby Kiev. The major challenges that we were faced with, of course, it was the working capital and the loss of an appreciable number of the qualified personnel. When we learned about the co-investment activity offered by IBR, Investment for Business Resilience, we got to realize that this could be a decisive criterion and factor for resuming the necessary boost. So we started to get the necessary money to procure the necessary raw materials to ensure the stability of our production lines. We submitted, went through all of the stages, and signed the grant agreement. Currently, we have obtained the first tranche offered by USAID and the loan from our partner bank. These funds will go to the procurement of high-quality steel that we use in our production. Since the moment of signing this grant agreement, we have already grown our employees from 70 to more than 100 people. This has allowed us to improve our indicators and provide our buyers with competitive terms and conditions, and also expand our export-oriented opportunities. During the follow-up 2 years, we are planning to achieve our pre-war indicators, which is 1.2 million units of production per year, and increase the sales in the EU markets, having created 270 jobs. That's all for me in a nutshell, just for your general understanding. When we moved all of the necessary equipment first to the west of Ukraine, then to Bila Tserkva, it was 270 trucks in order to move all of this equipment around Ukraine, from the east to the west and then to the center of Ukraine. Thank you very much. Dmitro, now Olga, please.
Доброго дня.
Hi everyone. Company Karat was set up in 1996, and we started by importing carpet. We developed, and in 2006 we decided to start our own carpet weaving and production, and we bought the first carpet machine. We have 24 of them at the moment. In 2013 we started doing our own yarn. Then in 2017 we started producing our dyes, and so now we are producing everything from yarn to dyes to ready carpets and packaging for these. We currently are able to offer 40 collections of carpets of different qualities. We are exporting these worldwide. In Ukraine we do this via Epicenter and Novalinia store chains. Really, the war affected us tremendously. We lost some ready products on temporarily occupied territories. Some of our partners abroad stopped cooperation because Ukraine became a risky partner. Next, transition towards prepayment, advance payment schemes was also of negative effect for us. Actually, the best year for us was 2021, when our sales turned more than 1 billion. We were also able to make some 2 million kilograms of yarn. A top year indeed. Now we want to go back to our pre-war performance, and USAID-based project is instrumental in supporting us on that. We thank you guys for your belief in us. your trust in us. We do understand that carpets are not, are neither, a priority good or something badly needed by people, but we do believe that we will grow, and after the war, people will start rebuilding, recovering, and there will be time and place for our carpets at their homes. Within this project, we asked for $1 million with $2 million as additional servicing loan facility from our bank. That allowed us expanding our carpet production because we were able to buy additional raw materials. At the time, we've got two tranches, the most recent ones in September, and we were able to buy, to pay actually for the raw materials. So starting this month, we will be churning extra carpets. There is a seasonal factor at play from roughly October through March. So this time will be used to maximize production and comply with the requirements in the scope of our cooperation with the project. Thank you indeed. Anastasia, please. Hi, I represent Delta Food Company. We are doing all sorts of sauces. Mayonnaise, traditional ones, mayonnaise-based, ketchup, mustard. The brand they have is called Gulay Pole. And we are actually also doing private labels, cooperating with national chains, regional ones. Before the war, we were the biggest producer of mayo, covering more than 90% of the Ukrainian market. Before the war, we used to be in Zaporizhia. We were building new production facilities in Gulay Pole, a town in Zaporizhia Oblast, but unfortunately on day 3 of the war, we had to stop because of heavy shelling, and the front line is still there. So like U-turn, we had to move our equipment and people as fast as we could. We went all the way to the west of Ukraine using the relocation program. Within 1 month, we were able to locate suitable facilities. We signed a long-term contract for that, so that already in April that year, we started our vegetable oil producing line. Later on, we moved the rest of our equipment. So we've never let down a single customer throughout this war period. We did split our production facilities, though, to diversify risks. And now we are even growing in terms of our production. Come February, we are going to have a new vegetable oil line, and USAID-based project is the one that helps growing production capacities, growing the variety of products. We are increasingly packing our products in glass. We have more prospects of more employees and greater export opportunities. The total amount of the project is $2 million in total, with $1 million of grant money and a bit more than $1 million from our own investments. I think that's it. Super. Thank you so much. Polina Kasharna, Suziria Group. My company is 31 years old. It was founded by my parents in '93 as a consequence of their strong love to pets. Now we are a company that encompasses 360 of the pet goods. We are a producer, we are a retailer, we are a seller, distributor. When the full-scale invasion began, 90% of all the company assets were in Kharkiv, so geographically we are neighbors. We were just fresh with our new storage facility, 7,000 square meters. We opened it in November 2021. We had a little branch in Kyiv, but the key production facilities and the head office was in Kharkiv. We were just paralyzed in shock in the first days of it. We had just some small shops operating in the west of Ukraine. Like many others probably here, we started looking for relocation chances in the west of Ukraine. We opted for Kalush, one of the towns there, at least for a temporary stay, but then we understood that geographically speaking, the town was quite a convenient one, and the city mayor and the city government was very sympathetic to us. Then, with a better understanding of differences between evacuating and relocated, we started being more meticulous about it. But we have never relocated our production facilities from Kharkiv. We are just building additional facilities elsewhere. I myself hail from Kharkiv. I'm just fresh from the city. I was there with my daughter on her vacations. It was simply impossible for us to consciously say we stop being in Kharkiv. It was not possible. So yeah, in business terms, we had to think how to balance this. In the first months of this full-scale invasion, the company shrunk several sizes, I would say, and throughout the time we were looking for opportunities, where to go, how to grow. So with first signs of stabilization already in April, we began looking for a fresh start, practically going from scratch elsewhere. We started looking for new lines of activities. I think the key lesson from the war is that you should never give up your strategy. Also, the war is not a suitable time to go lower with your standards. Everything you do should be done to European standards, because this is what we're fighting for. And last but not the least, the wartime is not the right time to let your dreams go. Ukraine really has huge potential to develop new production facilities, also when it comes to meat products, pet foods, and, well, with limited financial resources early in the war, we kind of put it on the back burner until we learned of this grant opportunity and related program. We had a separate team. We had a very, just general business plan that we initially would write on the cuffs of our shirt. But then we started working more seriously to prepare it as a proposal, and it became a strong stress testing of our business model in total. One thing is when you have vague ideas floating in your mind. Another thing is when you are to answer some very specific questions, including the one, are you sure you get the desired results? Do you really think that this type of investment will lead to the results you want to get? It was a real stress test for us ourselves to check and recheck our beliefs in ourselves, in our knowledge of the market, and, just in our production capacity. Yes, we are building a new modern production facility to make wet foods for cats. We work to expand the snack line for dogs and cats. We had started it before or early in the war, and now we expanded. We have a big project, the ones that we are doing together with USAID-based project, and the snack one that we are expanding right on the go. Yeah, dream globally, act locally, and this is a way to prove it to yourself, to others, that we still can do something serious. And that was exactly the case of Kalush when we started from ground zero, literally. Yeah, indeed, the war should not be the case to go lower with the standards or let go your dreams. We kept both lines, and thanks to you, these dreams have come reality. As regards where we stand now, we've ordered the equipment, we've got a loan facility from a lender bank or shut bank. One key benefit of cooperation with USAID is time discipline. Because, you know, when you go about your own KPIs, you can always tell yourself in the mirror why you are going slower, for example. But when you work with investors, with the public bank, then you learn how to become disciplined. And this is really a point to thank you. Thank you, Polina. Yeah, just keep some of your advice and life hacks for the next portion of it, because there will be a time when I hope the audience will wake up to hear some good advice from our panelists about keys to success. And before my next question, just let to remind you something I wasn't maybe too vocal about, which is one of the most important criteria for us has been to select those companies that truly need our support. Because, yeah, there were proposals, you know, when everything would be okay with no actual need of support. So it was so very important for us as a development project to seek those who definitely need it and will benefit from it. So we've mentioned it fleetingly, but again, I'd ask you to answer this rather simple question about way in which IBR funds contributed attracting more capital, ensuring better development opportunities for your company. Let's start with you, Polina, again. Okay. Again, the requirements posted by the USAID, when we had to respond to them, we came up with a very transparent, structured planning document. This is what our team lived through indeed. We remembered it by heart, you know. And that really relieved us from any need to further agree on bits of it later on between ourselves. Secondly, strong timelines. That helped. Later on, when we would come to other, to our partners, it was very clear for us and then to them when, what, how, and so on. Coming back to our specific case, the market, we already developed a feeling of it. We understood there were some companies with historic background, with expertise, and in your selection process, you also pointed our attention to the fact whether the market is new to us, what are the competitors, and so on. So it helped us understand our strong points. So we have our distribution network, we have our production capacity, and specifically we had meat-based production lines. So it was like a mentoring exercise from the USAID. And actually, your exact requirements, it was very, very, and it was really exactly what was necessary. So, yeah, I think the project resulted to be more ambitious than it would have been without our support. Well, first of all, it would have happened without you. we would be still looking for some, bright help from somewhere. And secondly, as you also know, people in Kharkiv know how to do something from scratch with no clear understanding where to go later on. Meanwhile, in our case, we've already conceived the idea of going in a structured way of building company development. So this is very visible in Kalush. So this is a company level of understanding. Thank you, Anastasia. We had our project plans before the war. I'd say we had several projects before. We had a project on ketchup we started last year, but the one with USAID was really a project of scale because we started this ketchup line, we started this prepackaged vegetable oil line and some other lines of activity that would have never happened without your help. Definitely not to this scale and not now. And the fact that the grant is split into installments, the first two phases, these are quite fast to implement, and this allows the company to get half of the money with another half to be co-invested. We had to buy equipment, and there is a certain deadline for its manufacturing, up to 6 months. So it was the right time for us to purchase, to place an order in good time, in advance. So the project multiplier ratio is 1 to 8 in terms of money invested, and we are quite ambitious about our plans. I can tell you that the whole team is quite content. The program was intensive, but it is also a very nice experience to be able to have a look of your own project, like from an investor side, if you will. You feel yourself as an investor into your own project with a better, more structured view of things to be done and so on. So it's, when you work just every day in your company, projects coming in and going, it's like a routine. And in this case, it was a refreshed look. So I think most of the people in my company are already waiting for another set of meetings to discuss.
Thank you ever so much. Now, Olga, please. Because our enterprise worked to 50 or 60% of its capability in 2022 and 2023. The only way for us to increase our production was to increase the manufacturing capacity, and that would increase sales. And for that, we definitely needed working capital. We tried to source that from wherever we could. We had two servicing banks, 22 and 23. Banks were very skeptical about lending, especially if it related to working capital, because that would require additional security plus collateral plus discounts to consider. There were some things when some of our security was considered next to nothing. But with the USAID, we had to go and demand specific financing from our servicing banks. We made them face the facts, and one of these banks did agree to provide us with additional working capital for us to get back to pre-war indicators and preserve and maintain and retain jobs, which as of now for any business, I guess it's a really rankling issue, because human resources, increasing sales as well as production in themselves requires additional human capital, and people are the core. Thank you very much. Now, Dmitro, please. Financial support that we have obtained played a key role for the development of our enterprise, because with the help of this funding, we managed to attract additional investment that was absolutely necessary to implement our plans. Without that support, we wouldn't have been able to restore and resume our operations as quickly and grow volumes of production. Concerning whether or not we would have gone for this project without the support, highly unlikely, because after the relocation we found ourselves in a real predicament financially, and for the follow-up development of the manufacturing we needed a lot of funding, which we lacked, and with this financial deficit we would have had to minimize our expenses and rather would have had to concentrate on the markets with the highest margins. However, such developments in our case would have been completely inadmissible and unaffordable, because we work in the segment where margins are minimal, and in order to remain competitive, we need to scale up our business. And it's only due to large turnovers that we can maintain the stability of all of our operational processes and meet the needs of our clients. Due to funding obtained, we managed to attract additional investments from the bank servicing us. The bank provided us with a loan on such conditions that the IBR will be helping us, and the money obtained allowed us to make our project more ambitious, and we set new goals for ourselves concerning the sales volume, market expansion and job creation. Before the end of this project, we plan to create 260 new jobs, which will only become possible due to this financial support rendered by the IBR activity. So this is something like this. Without your funds, we would be under great pressure. Thank you very much, Dmytro. Now, time is elapsing very fast. We would like to keep going on and on, but now the key question, the last one, the life hacks, emotions and tips to share. How was it for you? What would you do differently now if you had to start all over again your cooperation with us? Or what would you advise to those who would like to submit for the other calls in this activity? Looking back, Dmytro, we would probably have done the same. The main idea for us is to obtain the necessary grants. We are so happy for having opted for this pathway and for covering it successfully. For our team, this was so demanding. However, it was a fantastic experience gained. The most difficult and challenging thing was to prepare a great number of papers, and very quickly at that, along with that, trying to resume our operations. Because the team was focused on everyday jobs and along with that working on the grant, this required super efforts, efforts that they had to offer. So that I would like to advise potential candidates to organize themselves as best as they can, clearly define the roles, obligations, and have a specific action plan to undertake. Concerning emotions, if you truly need support, if you know what kind of support you need, how to utilize it, and what deliverables that will lead to. So I strongly recommend that you should pay attention to such activities and projects and make a step towards implementing your goals, because it's worth it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, Polina, please. My point is, I would like to wish prospective companies and owners of their own businesses to get involved in this process themselves, because wherever there is energy, the results will be delivered, and the energies of the owners are sorely needed. Specifically, designated people need to get engaged in all these processes. We couldn't afford it, because our operational activities have to be shared with all of the paper prepared, all of the papers prepared to participate in these calls. I remember the date when we signed our agreements, and the people would question us. So, are we ready? Is it okay? Can we congratulate you? No, the money hasn't arrived yet. Then the money arrived, and we would say, we cannot get any congratulations until the first line of equipment is fully installed. But everything was fantastic. We very much thank the teams, and every step of the way, of course, is hard, but it takes a small step every way, every stretch of the way. So from raw economy, our economy has to transform into a value-added economy, and I support the idea that these are the projects that do add added value to Ukrainian manufacturing processes, and we would definitely not have been able to realize any of that without you. And we keep celebrating day in and out with your help. Thank you. Next, please. Well, this project is the first. In our experience, we never got any grants prior to that. It's huge, tremendous experience for us. Even if you don't get the funding yourselves, when you begin to work on such activities, you always understand what goes wrong in your production facilities. You always know where you go fallacious when you err, because USAID employees will definitely point out those mistakes or shortcomings to you. So for me, the first stage was scarier than the second stage, because when you submit your application, it's about 7 pages of the text where you have to set out the full information about your company as well as indicate what it is that you're aiming for. It seemed unrealistic to me at the time, because I thought there would be companies that were heavily impacted by the war and they would require some equipment, installations, but in fact we were only requiring working capital, and it seemed unrealistic to me, but it was realistic. So if you work hard and you persist, you definitely will achieve what it is you aim for. Thank you. Anastasia, please. The first stage for us was as follows. We submitted our vision for the project. It had been lying on the shelf for some time, and we elaborated a bit more on that. Our project manager submitted that, and we didn't even hope that we would get even a phone call in response to that, that any feedback would follow, because we are a family business, not a very healthy one we were at the time. Right now, we are very strong at operational activities, in particular in relocation aspects. But when you get this telephone call, you listen to the videos, watch them, where it says what aspects to target, everything. It needs to be done by post, by email. And then when our manager got this telephone call, she immediately responded. They said to us, "You're not calling us back." And emotionally, it was such a surprise for us. The company was all in awe and admiration that this was the time for us to roll up our sleeves and to see the sales plan and the equipment running, being provided. And we went through the first stage very quickly, and then we submitted for the second stage. We haven't received the first tranche yet, because we only signed our agreement for the grant on the 26th of September. That's why I suppose, like everyone else, our team is heavily overloaded, but we are so blissfully happy because it's such a huge support of your ideas and faith that everything will work out. We believe in that ourselves, but when others believe in us and give us this credibility, so it makes our wings grow. So we thank you so much at this difficult time that you are offering your support to such a highly ambitious project. Thank you. Thanks a lot. You know, we would really like to create the impression that everything comes easy, but I don't think that we have worked it out. Not at all. On the other hand, difficult things never come easy. It wasn't easy for us, nor for our candidates. However, we are truly proud of our outputs. More is to follow. Please keep tracing us, and thank you for your attention. Thank you, Pavlo. Thank you, all of the panelists. Let's take a group photo. In the meantime, I would like us once again to give a round of applause to all of the panelists. Thank you very much indeed. At this stage, dear ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce you yet to another success story, which we couldn't but mention, something that we have already mentioned in the previous interventions and presentations, but now we are going to expand on it. Dear ladies and gentlemen, it's a Lviv company, Industria LV LLC. In 2022, the company repurposed itself to start making shelters for Ukrainians during air raid alerts and shelling. And due to the collaboration with IBR activity and best leasing, the enterprise was able to procure some vehicles for themselves with benefits and avoid additional financial burden. For more information, please check out this video. Founded in 2007, Industry LV has not only successfully mastered the production, but also managed to become a lifesaver for many companies. Based on the years of experience, in 2022, the company refocused on producing shelters to protect Ukrainians during air raid alerts and missile attacks. Among our customers are educational institutions, private companies that want to protect their employees. Also, very often people order shelters where they have private residences so that in case of danger they can hide in a concrete hull. In 2.5 years, the company put several dozen concrete shelters online for kindergarten schools, private companies, restaurant chains, and large agricultural enterprises. This protected hundreds of Ukrainian lives from missile attacks. We produced shelters for 4 people all the way to 650 people in capacity, from Pokrovsk to Chernigiv, from Chernigiv to Ismail, Kyiv, and even the westernmost point, Chop. With the expansion of new shelters geography, the company needed to increase its vehicle fleet. Its own funds were not enough to do so. Thanks to the co-financing program of the USA Investment for Business Resilience activity and best leasing, the company has managed to obtain new vehicles on affordable terms and avoid additional financial burdens. Our company has analyzed offers from plenty of companies in the leasing market, and the opportunity offered by USAID Investment for Business Resilience activity and Best Leasing's joint program appeared to be a bank loan. It's much more profitable than borrowing from the bank. Used vehicles. The new cars save the company's employees to move fast between sites across Ukraine and to engage in production facilities in the Lviv region, which allows them to efficiently control the quality of the projects, which safeguard the quality of life of Ukrainians. For us, the highest indicator is that we have absence of any casualties where our facilities have been installed. Such gas and oil transportation system locations that appear constantly under attack. The purchased vehicles and savings will help the company increase its production, something which is vitally important for Ukraine, which stands for new jobs, saved lives, and bringing closer our common victory. Dear ladies and gentlemen, and participants watching and listening to us online on our YouTube broadcasting channel, our final discussion today is dedicated to war risk insurance, one of the most discussed topics as of now, and it goes without saying why. But before we see our panelists here on the stage, I would like to let you take a brief coffee break for you to get refreshed, recharge your batteries, and enjoy the desserts. So take a break, stretch, and then we will continue the final stretch of our marathon with such an important panel discussion, war risk insurance. Enjoy it.
coffee provided you with enough energy to stay another yet the final panel of today. Let us do it together. I've already mentioned the last topic for today. A rather relevant one for every business, the insurance or war-related risks. To put it more specific, war risk insurance for lending and investments, options available for businesses. This is how it says in the agenda. This is a type of insurance quite new for the Ukrainian market, but still it is in rather great demand because it allows businesses not only to continue operating in the super challenging conditions, but it also provides for investment opportunities. Because with this new type of insurance product, companies may be able to reduce risks of implementation of their investment projects, creating better new financial opportunity and increasing the sales and performance. This is what we are going to discuss today. Maybe even we will be hearing about some products yet to be developed. So again, dear ladies and gentlemen, please come back. Please come back and let me invite the moderator of this panel, Deputy Team Leader of Financial Mediation and Private Sector Facilitation team from the US IBR project. Welcome, Olena. And with your permission, I'm going to invite the panelists. Please welcome Director for Institutional Clients, Investment Banking and Corporate Strategy, Raiffeisen Bank Ukraine, Ruslan Spivak. Chair of the Board of Ingo Insurance Company, Ihor Gordienko. Thank you for finding time for our summit. Your expertise will be in great demand now. And CEO from RRX Insurance Company, Andriy Peretyashko. We thank you for being here at the summit. And dear Olena, let me leave you in the company of these reputable experts with wishes of fruitful discussion. Thank you. Dear online, offline participants, welcome. And thank you for being, because you're the most resilient ones after this whole day, with still enough attention to attend this very important and interesting panel discussion. Military or other war-related risks and the insurance. A question with hint for answer inside. Businesses operating during the wartime face two key questions: how to save their investment, something they've already invested in their business, and how to secure themselves from risks that can be hard to forecast. About a year ago, we had a survey to identify the case that about 20% of businesses before the full-scale invasion were ready to look for insurance of war-related risks. The situation did change cardinally after the start of the war, with about 80% of them now ready. Awareness of businesses of the topic, the political risks, war-related risks has increased. From here, the question of the cost of such insurance. Definitely it can be a limiting factor. We in the project are working on that. We've been into the matter for about a year. We do know of underwriting markets being practically closed. So we try to locate the players ready to operate on the local domestic market, ready to develop a product for that. We had a range of discussions. We provided technical advice. And interestingly, there was a need to find some first segments to be involved. We are ready to work on the topic further on. We are ready to provide technical assistance. And we do hope that soon we will be able to usher new war risk insurance programs. Meanwhile, we'd like to hear from our panelists, leaders, market leaders, also leaders in the topic. We'd like to hear from you whether war risk insurance is able to improve investments in Ukraine. My first question to you, Ruslan. Do you work on war risks insurance? Do you have such products, and what are these? Thank you, Lena. Good afternoon, everyone. You know, designing a war-related risk related product was something close to the famous words, "I have a dream." With the start of war, we began thinking about it. There was a structural demand for that. The whole structure of the economy envisages that the majority of capital used by our customers is the turnover capital, and when it comes to crisis events, a cyclic one, such risks go higher. So we started thinking about changing the proportion. Given that 80%, even more, of customers have been relying on turnover capital, and with the view that economic growth is about new production facilities, new warehouses, and so on. So we created a work group, and our partners from the two companies are represented here. Another one, the third one company, and USAID-based projects. We started working on that, and we began also talking to the National Bank about potential product to be made. The early product was suggested last May. Yes, we had an understanding of the real, small capacity of the market. There were considerations related to underwriting problems and related things, but still, some cases were already there. There was an emerging understanding of what the market needs. And these days, when the matter of energy security stands prominently, and when we see a lot of new projects that we currently term project financed, which is about projects requiring long-term financing. And this is about projects related to small-scale power generation, not for gigawatts, but just for local businesses during blackouts. This is where war risks and the insurance becomes a topic of great importance. We further see that the number of projects with war risks insurance involved, risk-sharing programs involved, is steadily going upwards. At the moment, we see about 45% of projects being related to it, which moves the whole thing towards long-term investment, and this is a huge prospect for further economic growth. Okay, but so what are your products? Are they stimuli for businesses? Yes, it's rather them. You know, it is not something written in stone, but we do pay a lot of attention to financial literacy of our customers, telling them why it is important. You know, Ukrainian optimism is a nice thing to have, but this has a downside, because until we are hit we still think that we don't need anything and that we will survive and go through. But then we are hit indeed. And this is when the topic becomes suddenly of great importance. Yesterday we had a chat with Andrei on that. And yeah, he said, we started it much in the way we had when we introduced Casco, when no one exactly was sure whether he or she would need it. Same goes about war-related risks insurance. When you're having new development, when you're building a warehouse, when you're transporting a good, you have goods in transit, it's already about some substantial investment, de facto investment. It well may happen that a chance drone may hit your facility, your asset, your goods, creating huge problems and huge damage. Yes, we're thinking about different ways of improving it, but the product in itself is already there, and this is an enabler for further investments, for business expansion, and for further support of our business customers on a daily basis. Okay, thank you for your position. Now it is interesting to hear from insurers. Dear Igor, what is your take of the product? What's inside of it, and is it related to banks, and what are its effects? Hi everyone, I am Igor Gordienko. I represent Ingo, Ukraine. Just to remind you, the relevance of war risk-related products. They had started being relevant in 2014-15. We had the 3 first contracts related to the war risks of some 2 actual infrastructural and 1 development projects. This war risks related product, I'm not going into much detail of it, but I think that was the beginning of the story, not just for our company, but it was exactly then, at that point in time. And then it was used by businesses not to attract funds, but out of necessity, out of understanding of risks potentially borne by a business. So war-related risk insurance was a measure and is a measure to protect one's assets. And at the moment we see that it has grown to a substantially high level. Since 2022, insurance companies, and my company included, started introducing war-related risk insurance products, starting with the retail segment. Initially, it was Casco with some smaller coverage of up to 5 million, private homes, flats, so on. In 2023, we introduced a product to insure cargoes, goods in transit, bigger facilities, maritime fleet, commercial vessels. And in response to your question, Elena, you won't get probably a definitive answer from me. I would say about 50% of it is like voluntary choice to protect one's assets. 50% of requests and contracts are related to the attraction of investments, of funds. We've already earned some experience in terms of covering losses for private individuals, for legal entities. Every attack, every assault on Ukraine leads to losses, some of which are covered by my company and other insurance companies. Last but not least, I'd like to use this opportunity and thank the whole USAID team. for them having started to moderate this process of war-related risk insurance since 2023. Big sincere thanks to you for moderating this process until now. Thank you, Igor. And with your permission, one more comment. What is your advice to businesses if they become emboldened to engage in war-related risk insurance? Should they go to you, to banks, to insurance broking company? Actually, you yourself responded to it. The previous practice says businesses, well, depending on the type of communication they had already established, actually doesn't really matter who they address. If a bank has some joint product with an insurance company, if they have this product built in the financing scheme, then the bank will be able to advise. Some would go for brokers to manage their risks. Again, this is completely normal. I would say this is the level of business hygiene. Some business customers would go to insurance companies directly. I think every way is possible. Thank you. That is to say that there's a certain starting market, but there are different ways of going into it, and it's up for businesses to decide to whom to go. And now we have a representative of the RX company. What is your opinion of war-related risks insurance? What is the kind of proposal there is on the market? What are the options that you offer and that customers are looking for? Good afternoon. Thank you. Thank you for having me. Just to start, when we attended, so first you said sponsored conferences on this matter. I can tell you that the situation has changed a lot since then. What Igor has mentioned, since 1st of September last year, our company became the market leader for the scope of property insurance against war risks. It has become a standard for many companies since then. At least I would say most of the top 10 companies are now offering this type of product. The key problem with the product is like its volume, or rather limits that an insurance company may offer, because again, we are working without underwriting in the West. A unique case, I would say, in the whole history of insurance, from what I understand. Next, there are certain limitations. These are clearly understandable. There are limitations indeed. You cannot insure a company located close to the contact line or nearby, military depot or detachment. Still more near the one that has been already attacked several times. And the last but not least factor is the price. These are the factors affecting the ultimate decision whether to insure our customers. I will start with the first consideration of the volume of insurance. Up to this time, the key volume was 20-30 million hryvnias per asset. It's just a coincidence that exactly today we have finalized a contract with a US government organization, DFC, and in the coming days, in November, we are going to offer new volume to the market. This will be the first case of reinsurance in underwriting of such war-related risks in the world, I would say. And secondly, for the first time, DFC will be playing the role of an underwriter based on the contract that we've concluded. That will bring our cap from 20 million to $100 million. So each facility will have this $2.5 million limit. Before that, many customers would stay away because the coverage would not cover their real needs. Now we expect more customers with greater and more genuine interest in what we are to offer. As regards the results, general performance, I would say the results are like mid-level, I would say, not as high as it used to be before the war. Our company has insured about 300 companies for 13 months. Vehicles, casco, military risks, commercial trucks and lorries. But again, hundreds of brick and mortar facilities. We do understand that there are many more enterprises with the need for such insurance against the stated risks. Again, the matter of price. Each asset is assessed individually. I cannot give you figures, unfortunately, because prices will be different based on the estimation of risks by our underwriters. The price may fluctuate from 2 to 8%. But as we are getting underwriting capacity now, and with the first experience, as colleague has mentioned, with some first cases and some first losses, we are ready for it. Actually, days ago, quite a high-level customer of ours, I'm not going to give you the name, but they had a Shahed strike just nearby their storage facility, and it was not a direct hit, but the scope of damage was hundreds, thousands hryvnias. With direct hit, it would be well above the 20 million cap. And yes, we are growing our reserves for this type of insurance.
Unless the situation changes for the worse, but once again, the prices are very high, especially for some facilities. Thank you, Andriy. Congratulations on the decision approved, on this agreement approved. It's very good news indeed, and thank you very much indeed for sharing this happy news during this panel. I would also like to address a question to Mr. Igor. You have heard the numbers, and your colleague says that capacity thing is a very, very rankling issue. So what do you have to say about that? Something that I would like to follow up on my colleague is to say that he was very apt when saying, it was a very apt remark, when he said that we started with our own capital and maintenance was offered by us ourselves. Right now we have some covering worth 20 to 30 million. However, the years 2023 and 2024 have been the years when we worked with insurance markets. And we hope very much that in the nearest month of November, we'll be making an announcement about additional capacities from 20 million hryvnias offering some coverage. Not only our company, a number of other companies will be offering this coverage to our clients. And from 20 to more than 100 million in different lines. First of all, for cargo and land. So there will be covering of transportation vehicles of varying kinds, and we'll also be covering some property, movable and immovable property. We work with different reinsurance markets. We always demonstrate statistics And I congratulate Andriy on their attainment. This is a truly significant event for our market. And I suppose that in the nearest future, this news will be also promulgated and some additional opportunities will be opening up, coming from the most serious markets. So this is very good news, not only for the insurance business, but for the whole country overall. It testifies to the fact that we are given credibility and we are being supported. Concerning the price and the costs, well, I have to agree with the range of the prices that Andriy has articulated, but I still hope that these prices are not exorbitant indeed. If you pay a close look to the cost that businesses have to pay for different things, this is no price to protect or insure your assets, because damages may be as much as 30 to 80% when people lose their assets, regrettably. Thank you. This is definitely to boost our optimism. Let me add by saying something that I have just thought back to 1.5 years ago, when we were speaking with reinsurance market in Europe with the World Bank. Everyone would say to us, it's impossible. You're never going to have reinsurance market until the end of this war. This has never happened in the history of humankind. But Ukraine always demonstrates that we can come up with something impossible. We are true trailblazers. Yes, you are already going down in history. You're writing history yourselves. Super stupendous news. So, Mr. Ruslan, I would like also to approach you from the client perspective and to get your thoughts. Right now, they're talking about concerning the reduction of prices. So what kind of tools could optimize pricing in this respect? Or maybe the clients, your customers, the worth of the projects, as Mr. Igor has just said, it's worth for the customers to pay this price. Well, basically, this is a very fine question and an exciting one, because we have just launched our own project in the month of May. And when we did that, we thought that price would be a smaller factor, honestly speaking. There's always a question at stake. What is a fair price to charge? An adequate price in relation to the product that you will obtain. On the other hand, as I was listening to my peers' stories, and we as a bank get to hear about such things at different meetings in Europe, that reinsurance business will never come to this country. And you get to understand that in the face of the attacks that hit us every single night and day, it doesn't matter whether it will be 1, 2, or 3%, when you can lose everything being hit with a certain just one drone, which is 20,000 US dollars in worth. But on the other hand, there is also a preparation to costs incurred. And secondly, the war has claimed and reduced the capacity to pay. Clients' revenues have been declining steadily, and basically the whole of Ukrainian economy lost 40% in the first year, and 70% of businesses can still feel the decline in cash flow due to war. Therefore, the question is, how can we reduce this price? Because somewhere, in fact, in the structure of declines that clients have, when clients are interested and they want to obtain these insurances, but when they get to hear the final price, it's something that blocks them. And 40 to 60% of declines is due to prices and the cost of the policies. And the majority of such declines is also because the people are reluctant to pay such prices. When there are some high resonance cases like Akhmadet being hit with a missile, we can see a huge spike in demand, and the majority of clients, they come and they say we are ready to pay, because they still have this memory. It's fresh, but it's a very short memory. So the first fact is price. The second one is the whereabouts, the location of the assets to be insured, because we understand that both banks and insurance companies cannot actively operate assets which are not far from the contact line. Unfortunately, businesses are present there, and for us nowadays, in addition to some governmental incentives, we cannot offer anything else on behalf of the private sector to cover the damages or costs. But talking about instruments, here I can name a few. First, it's the continuation of our collaboration with USAID and other companies of the kind that can offer grants. We personally can see a big prospect concerning this issue in terms of developing a variety of different grant instruments and tools that are supposed to reduce this price. On the other hand, banks have to underwrite and sign a number of different risk-sharing programs and projects which enable them also to reduce the cost of different programs. And at the expense of that, clients can also afford lower prices and save costs in terms of servicing their loans, which also provides us with a particular buffer. So frankly, I don't see another mechanism. Another mechanism that can be suggested is creating a certain government-owned fund to reimburse the cost of these insurance policies to be filled with different donors. Right now, we know that a law is in preparation concerning insurance, and the National Bank and the Ministry of Economy, the Ministry of Finance are taking care of that. However, this will take a while. What we can see today is the underpinning and the product that has already been shaped. Thanks to the experience of the insurance companies in question and the great support afforded by USAID colleagues and counterparts, so we can see that a lot of prospects lie with the grants. So you have raised a whole lot of issues which are connected with the facts which underline all of these issues. Mr. Igor, are you supportive of what your peer has just said? Or perhaps you have some other things to argue? We are in the same boat. This is my short, brief comment to offer, but thank you for the floor given to me. Let me also point out something that hasn't been noted in this discussion. In addition to the conditions and prices to pay, there's another challenge for insurance companies and banks as well as for our clients. The involvement of the attraction of capital from reinsurance companies and other institutions. This also goes with a string of different obligations. It's no big news. This is the implementation of social, environmental standards, implementation of procedures that may afford sustainable development. So this is a major challenge for our market. I don't think I'm going to tell you a big secret, but it certainly is a major challenge and a pathway for all of us to cover. Although we do comprehend what expenses and complications we will be faced with, but still, once again, let me point it out and reiterate, this concerns not only financial institutions like insurance companies, banks, or investment companies. This relates, first of all, to clients, customers themselves, businesses, and in some cases, physical persons, individuals. Thank you. That's all from me. Now, Mr. Andriy, we would like to hear from you something else that you would like to add. Do you agree with the challenges named that insurance companies have to face? Or are these challenges really essential for the businesses themselves? Do you mean the ESG standards? Yes. I thank Igor for reminding us about that. It's true, international organizations do pay a great deal of attention to this point, the item in the clauses. And it's true, there are some clients who do not comply with these requirements and therefore they cannot be insured. So insurance will not be available for them. You're right. I see. Thank you. Yet, we want to hear about some looming prospects. Yes, a small comment to offer. Thank you to my colleagues mentioning ESG because this is our future, whether we like it or not. Yet there are some world trends that get the legislation moving, requirements to capital, to offering this capital. And I suppose that the sooner the clients get to hear more about that and implement practices concerning sustainability, ESG in their daily businesses, the more um, promotion they will get in terms of getting access to money in terms of insurance, because Parisian agreements, COP20 goals, and all of them boil down to the following thing: that up until a certain point in time, carbon dioxide emissions have to be reduced to zero, and all of these things we have to get ready for, just to avoid the situation that we had with COVID, when the whole world had to get digitalized in split days or months. We still have some time to scrutinize the situation, and our recommendation is that, in fact, creating internal expertise, in-house expertise, or outsourcing is most vital in this respect. As representatives of banking center, the national bank as a regulator, we are doing a lot in order to get ready for that ourselves, because certain homework needs to be done by ourselves at the national level to provide proper and adequate consultations to our customers. But we still have to get ready for all of that, and this encourages us to properly understand that in the nearest future banks will come with application forms to question us about how you sort out your garbage, or how the situation lies with ESGs, about toilets for cows, etc. So this is a trend already set in globally, which luckily or unluckily will definitely stay here with us, and we have to make ourselves poised for that. International organizations right now set these as key criteria, which are prerequisites for obtaining any sorts of services, grants, loans, etc. Very fine advice indeed. So we do have to get ready. Mr. Igor, can you advise businesses what they have to get ready for, what to get, and what to act on?
Some advice from you? Rather a proposal. I would focus on this range of issues and start working on them. For corporate businesses, a program to implement such standards is already highly necessary. I think these consultations should go with certain outsourcing, and I do expect your involvement and participation because of the urgency of the matter. As Ruslan has mentioned, there's no other way around it. It will be about increasing the scope of financing and so on. There is no other way indeed. There's really a one-ticket situation, one-way ticket situation. There's a lot of conferences and consultations on that, and this is another yet area for consultations and advice. Our company, at the level of our board, has already adopted this program, and we are now implementing the standards. We've started consultations with some of the big customers. Actually, surprisingly, many big holdings I've been doing the same actually for good, maybe 3 years, some of them 3 years already. And yeah, I think there are even people here already doing the same here. Yeah, so important notice to know more and to keep abreast with the requirements, sometimes even going faster. Andriy, what is your advice to businesses? I fully agree. We, as a partner of companies that put this matter at the center of their attention, we have to be compliant with all the standards, and we really are compliant with them, implementing them. Unfortunately, not all of our customers are compliant, but this is because not everything can be done expediently. Yes, they have to be complied with, but when a customer comes to us and says that we are fine with the coverage and we want to buy this war escalating product from you, but we have to refuse them because they are not fully compliant. Yes, it's about businesses and their flexible understanding. Okay, thank you. Thank you for your comments. And briefly summarizing the meeting, I will say that the matter of war risks insurance is going on. It is developing. It won't happen overnight. It will require attention of all the market participants. We see representatives of different companies like IREX, Ingo, Raiffeisen, and others already involved and present here physically. And it's already about hundreds of contracts. The coverage is going to grow from the current 20 million upwards, and businesses will have to take this into account for their own projects. Don't just stay where you are, go. Because your task, dear businesses, is to prevail whatever happens. And we thank our panelists and the audience as well. Thank you, dear Olena. Thank you for this dense discussion. Dear panelists, just a moment for the joint photo. This is already a kind of emerging tradition. And ladies and gentlemen, our business summit draws to its end. But we still have to summarize everything said today, as well as chart some nonetheless ambitious plans and prospects. See, 40 minutes sharp, even with photos. Thank you for this productive panel, and I will ask probably to clear the scene, the podium. So, yes, ladies and gentlemen, a lot has been said already today, and the expo area we've been having throughout the day surely provides us with an opportunity of seeing it with our own eyes, how this USAID-based financing is working, increasing the resilience of our businesses. It also provides a clear understanding whether specifically you with your company need it. And yes, during the last panel, we said that businesses cannot stay where they are. They have to move, and they have to be very proactive. And such projects as the IBR have to work, and they work as as a stimulants, as catalysts of the process. And as of today, the USAID-based IBR project is being chaired by such person as Rafael. I'm very much sure that this project will succeed. Please, Rafael.
It's been a long day. It's been an interesting day. Let's just take a look at a few things that happened throughout the day. We started off with a presentation by several of our key bank and non-bank financial partners. What did we talk about? We talked about the products that they're offering. And when we finished this conversation, there were several questions in the audience, and the audience wanted to know, as it relates to how do you obtain more affordable financing. What did the audience ask for? More affordable financing. The audience wanted larger loans. They wanted to address the issue of war risk insurance. And we just had a panel on war risk insurance. So the question is, what is IBR going to be doing regarding additional financing? Well, I can't announce the names of the banks, but we do have several new partner financial institutions that will be announced shortly, and they will be providing, let's say, new financing opportunities, new loans. I can't disclose the tenor of the loans. I can't disclose the amount of the loans, but take a look at our website and you'll be able to obtain this information. Another question related to movable assets and non-movable assets and whether or not these would be covered. And again, you need to take a look at the website and be patient, and these issues will be addressed. We had a second panel discussion, and these were very compelling stories from recipients of, let's say, Component 3 financing. And there was a gentleman, I don't think I can pronounce his name, but he was a farmer. And he talked about the challenges that he faced when, at the end of the cycle, and he had milk in storage, and he went through the very, very tough process of having to dump his milk. Now, I haven't been on a farm before, but I used to commercial fish. And if I had gone out fishing for 2 weeks and caught 10,000 pounds of swordfish, and I needed to come home and dump the swordfish, I would have been extremely upset. This isn't just money, this is effort. When you have a farm and you have cows, you have veterinary expenses, you have silage expenses, and it is a challenge. It is a challenge to see your livelihood just being dumped down the drain. So yes, these people suffered. But now under the program with Universalna and Privat Bank, they were able to obtain crop risk insurance. So yes, their livelihood. So there are programs out there that are helping farmers, that are helping businesses. We saw from our next panel, we looked at the success stories, such as U-Term, and how many times their production facility was bombed and how they had to move their equipment. Think what it'd be like to moving a steel processing mill halfway across the country during a war zone. I mean, while you're in a war zone, when you're constantly being struck, it's a challenge. But with financing funded by USAID under the IBR program, there are success stories. So what's going to happen in the future? Well, as you heard, we do have war risk insurance. But every time I hear a question on war risk insurance, in my head, it raises more questions. I was talking to our deputy, Julia, our DCOP, about war risk insurance. And I was curious, and I know this is a question that I'm going to have for the banks themselves. Do we have basic coverage? Is it just based on geographical? Or what about asset selection? Are shipping and airplanes charged a higher rate than, a production facility? How do we adjust the pricing? So we're in the stages of coming up with our final negotiation memo with these partner banks, and soon we will be announcing which partner banks will be involved in our war risk insurance. Again, you just have to take a look at the websites and you'll be able to obtain this information. We're also looking at other loan programs, and we have another potential bank that we will be working with. Again, you need to look at that into the future. When I first spoke to everybody, I talked about our new call for proposal. It will be a multi-sector approach. This new call for proposal is going to help Ukrainians save lives and improve lives, okay? It will be addressing such issues as addressing water and sanitation, health products. I had an opportunity to talk to a company that is providing medical services out in Dnipro. And they want to expand their activities. They would be an ideal client to apply for this call for proposal, because it isn't just about helping people. It's about helping people that have suffered greatly through this war of aggression. So yes, we have a lot of opportunities coming out. I ask all of you to be patient, take a look at the website, and please apply and submit your proposals under ibropportunities.com. Let me thank you all for coming. Let me also thank the translators for doing such a great job. That was very, very appreciated. As a non-Ukrainian speaker, it was great to hear simultaneous. I'd also like to thank the IBR team and USAID for the extensive work, very intensive work that they have been doing over the past year to promote these programs to help work with these companies. It really, really does take a lot of work. I'd like to thank my deputy for being patient with me. And anyway, to the entire IBR team, thank you so much. You're a great group of people to work with. To the business community, I love working with you guys, and I'm looking forward to this next year. And then next year we can come back and have another event like this and talk about more success stories. Thank you all so much. Thank you, USAID, and we will see you soon. Thanks again.
Thank you, Rafael.
And dear ladies and gentlemen, on this optimistic note, and I do hope that we've helped you today to find some answers for yourselves, to create a kind of a roadmap for you. So in spite of everything you said, IBR project goes on, lots of nice work, strenuous work ahead, and I'm sure we will succeed on it. And this is the end of our summit, but not the end of the day, because networking and good thorough communication is still waiting for you. Until our next meeting, until our victory, please be safe and healthy.